Hello, I'm Chris Solo, and welcome to the Fabled 42, where we build a community through friendship, gaming, and chaos. You're currently watching The Eternal War, and to give you some more information about the charity that we're running today, Adam, please take the stage.
Hey everybody, my name's Adam Scott. I'm here joined tonight with a great group of guys and role players and an amazing dungeon master. We appreciate you joining us out there on Twitch. We're going to be raising money tonight for the Food Bank of New York City. And this is a chance for us to hopefully entertain you guys through some collaborative storytelling, provide a little bit of respite from some of the chaos that's going on out there. I know it's a very tough time for many people. And if you're someone who can provide some relief, tonight is an opportunity to provide relief to those in need in New York City, because every dollar we raise is going to provide 5 meals to somebody in New York City. And we opened up our GoFundMe a couple days ago. We're already at over $800. So tonight you have a chance to make a real impact. And hopefully we're entertaining enough to make it worth that donation. Couple things to talk about before we get going, because nobody wants to hear me talk. They want to see all these guys play. So tonight we have some chances. Instead of just giving money, like, you can give money, which is great. And our suggested donation is, if you're watching and you have the means, we're suggesting a $5 donation. That's going to provide 25 meals for somebody or a group of people in New York. Now, what's more fun is when you get involved in the game. And Malcolm, the DM, is going to tell you more about his game here in a little bit. But if a player takes damage and you want to be involved, you can provide hit point healing for $1 per hit point. And we talked ahead of time, like, most of these guys don't have a lot of healing spells, so you might actually have to spend some money, or we'll just start closing up windows as guys get killed really early. And we're going to do it on the honor system. So we have a link that we're going to share with you where you can go to the GoFundMe page. That's all that money's going directly to the Food Bank in New York City. So if you say, oh man, Epic Jim, he's down, we got to get him back up, you can say, here, I'm putting in $20 right now for hit points, and we'll just give that to Epic Jim. And then when you have a moment, we'll take a break midway through. When there's a time good for you, go ahead and go to that page. We'll share the link with everybody so that it's easy access. So we don't want you to interrupt the story to have to just go put money somewhere. So $1 per hit point if you want to heal up these guys today, because we know Mal is going to run them through just a brutal meat grinder of a game. Now, we also have something special. I talked to Mal about this ahead of time. He always runs really balanced games where players actually have a chance of winning. And we said, you know what, it might be fun if somebody who really wants to mess with these players, they can get involved by, if somebody wants to do a $100 buy, Mal will put in a green or black adult dragon pre-encounter when it's most appropriate. So it's not on the board in the game, but if someone says, hey, I want that, I want to see Chris Solo's character die right now,
God,
we can put that, we'll make that donation, we'll see it come in, and Mal will go, all right, I got my guy, I'm ready to go. So those are the options you have to engage tonight. We really hope you enjoy the show. And I'm going to have all the players introduce themselves, and we're going to start it off with the Gentleman Game Master. The D&D Coalition.
What's going on, guys? Happy to see you all here. I'm Cameron. I run the D&D Coalition, and kudos to all of you amazing faces that made this happen. So thank you, and I appreciate everybody here that's donated so far, and I'm looking forward to seeing the madness that ensues.
All right, we have a man in crazy makeup. We're going to go to the man in the makeup. Go for it.
Hey, I'm Epic Jim, and I'm playing half-orc, Safety Steve.
I love it. All right, now we'll go to the man in the middle with the eye patch.
Hi everyone, I'm Jeremy from Adventure Engines. I am going to be playing Flinch at Nothing, the Tabaxi Rogue Bard Warlock. This is how we got the name Flinch at Nothing.
Well played. All right, we're going to go up to Aaron. Go for
it. Oh, hi, I'm Aaron. I'll be playing a ranger, Tapirium. He's kind of a jerk, so I'll be a jerk.
Perfect. And then let's go to the the man who opened up the show. If you want to go for it, Mr. Solo, and talk about your character.
Oh, that's me. Yeah, so I'm Chris Solo. I'll be playing Viago, who is an Oricaiath barbarian. Oricaiath is a fun little mix, homebrew, half orc, half Goliath. Should be fun. Playing Path of the Juggernaut, which is one of those new paths, which is really exciting. To add to the awesomeness of this charity event, every $100 that we raise, I will activate a video game giveaway. It will not be announced verbally, so keep an eye out in the Twitch chat. Every $100, Fabled42 will run a video game giveaway, and we have a wide range of games. Some are A-listers, some are B, and some are C. So, yeah, just keep those donations coming. Keep these guys alive. Keep those dragons coming.
All right,
Yeah.
we're gonna throw it over here to Mal, the gentleman game master, in just a sec. I wanted to say thank you personally to my wife and to all the significant others out there, because I know we've all been doing double duty this week to try to make this happen for everybody. So thank you to all those people in all of our lives who've made it possible. Mal, introduce yourself and take it away, man.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, I'm Malcolm, the gentleman game master, and thank you guys for having me. I am really like humbled and honored to be, the dungeon master for you guys. When Adam asked me to do this, I thought I was going to be I literally was like, oh yeah, I'm down to play with those guys. Can't wait to know who's going to DM. And then when it wasn't until he puts it in the message, and I'm like, everybody's in there. I'm like, wait, I'm DMing? So thank you guys. I appreciate it. And one thing that's great about this, some of you I follow on my social media, some of you, and all of you I follow, but like some of you talk more than others or share your voice, but I'm noticing just how epic. You're all definitely DMs just by your voice and your countenance, the way everyone carries themselves. It's great. And you got to like give it up at home for all these like wonderful like beards that we got going here. We have got a purple one right here. So it's good stuff. So I'm totally excited. So yeah, and I'm just awesome. Glad to be here for this cause and for what we're able to do for people today. So without further ado, I'll kind of get into the story of what the world will be playing in tonight, and what we're going to kind of focus on is I figured like what could you run for a group of DMs, and so I decided to kind of put something together that was a little kind of crazy, and so our story is going to take place on a small planet under the sun of Adarion, and this world takes place in a place where these different universes kind of collide, and because of this, what we're gonna find is that the planet that this takes place on is one that is a wasteland. It's been torn apart by war, and it is that war took its toll. It's kind of taking it back to this kind of Bronze Age, this kind of sword and sorcery time, and there are these remnants left over from this fantastical, probably civilization that was before. Our players and our characters will be from different times, maybe different periods, different places, but they've all been summoned here because in their dreams, a goddess has spoken to them, and as she speaks in mysterious ways, but it's always the same. Even if she looks differently, they know it's her that's kind of moving them forward in this trajectory towards this place. And eventually, one of those dreams becomes all too real, and they wake up alone in this desert landscape. And so they begin to travel, and in their time traveling over the past 3 or 4 weeks, they have not really come across anyone other than each other who they're able to speak a common language, and when they do meet each other, they do realize just from the brief time that they've known each other, they're all connected through these strange and mysterious dreams. And in all of these dreams, this goddess tells them to go forth, to go towards the northwest, to follow this star in the sky, and to find the key of the great king. And so, with that, it'll probably be best to turn it over to our players and kind of meet them for the first time. But we're going to meet them a little bit differently tonight. They are going to be essentially, traveling together. Someone's on watch, they're sleeping, and they're in this wasteland of a desert. And as they rest, they are having a dream. And So if anyone would like to kick it off and maybe share your dream that tells us a little bit about your character and who you are, feel free to now.
All right, I'll run with this. So you pan and you see a family of gnomes, all very similar. They all have very vibrant, clean skin, very eccentric haircuts, and then you just kind of watch as you see them age in a matter of hundreds of years, in a matter of minutes. And they all age very quickly. And then there's one of them specifically that happens to keep all of them alive. But with this age comes a decrepitness. Their skin becomes very pale, their lips black, their hair very dark. And then they go from this very happy family to this very dark, gloomy, sinister looking kind of scary type of gnomes. And Billy, Garrick, is there to figure out how he can reverse what is going on and what is happening to his family.
Wow. And so as he is trying to figure this out in this place, in this dream, and is he in his home? Is he in, as in this moment that I'm finding him, is he around? They're like I said, they've all kind of turned this scary, like I said, gnome kind of look. Where is he at right now?
So you see him. He's sitting at a desk. He's having a little bit of a hard time reading. So he turns a lantern on next to him, and then you hear a knock at the door, and he turns around, and you see this very tall figure with this light behind him, and you can't quite make out what exactly Billy looks like, but you see this very tall, very Adonis type figure, and he looks and he doesn't recognize the figure, and the figure can't exactly see him. He says, "Oh, hello, it's good to..."
Yeah. Hold on, I can't quite see you. I don't quite recognize you, but, yeah, this is new.
And so the figure is standing there. That's the figure that's talking to Billy.
This is Billy.
Oh, this is Billy. So
yeah,
okay.
Can't quite see that great.
So Billy can't really see, and then this suddenly everything kind of changes, and whatever that figure was that was standing before him as he turned around at his door, he can hardly see. The light kind of shines, and this figure says, "Billy, come back. I can help you, help your family, and help your people. We can reverse this, what's happened to you, but you must help me first. Wake up."
I think I can do that. We'll give it a go. Why not?
Give it a go. West, yes. Wake up, go northwest, and find the key of the Great King. And so with that, Billy begins to stir, but before he awakes, we kind of pan to one of our other players into their world and into their dream.
So my ranger is, laying around his fellows that he's met in this, and he's trying to sleep on the hard ground. And as he closes his eyes and he's dreaming, he dreams of Pulchette. They're together again, as they should have been, but found themselves not together because she was taken away from him. It's the same dream he has every night that he's had for decades now. Like he can't let go. And usually this dream is just him and her, and everything around him is just mist because nothing else matters but her. She is full in his vision, and everything else means nothing. And months ago, if you will, he started to see someone else in the dream. A woman shrouded in black, invading his dream. She keeps telling him the same thing over and over again.
And tonight is one of those nights where he sees Pulchette. He sees the woman he loves. And this time he's a little afraid that she may be that woman that she may fade and that woman may appear again. But she doesn't. And it is his love that he is able to embrace momentarily. But just as quickly as he starts to get enveloped and enraptured in this moment, he realizes it still is her, but it is the goddess, but she looks like Polchette. She speaks like Polchette, however she does. She tells him, you know what must be done. Doing this could very well lead to the restoration of your loss. And so with that, Hyperion begins to stir. And we move to another dream, like a mist in the night. Maybe we can go to a forest somewhere. Who's up?
Forest. So Steve's dreaming. He's getting just buried in paperwork. And every time there's just more safety issues coming up, and he's swimming in, he feels like he's drowning at work, and all these papers. There's just everything around him is just getting bigger and bigger, and the papers are the size of mountains. He's going crazy.
And it's just this paper, like all this stuff that he's dealing with. Maybe he's like a little like log cabin or whatever, where he like does all this, and he's like
yeah, his office, yeah.
And then suddenly, like, you know, he this big burlier. I don't know. You can maybe describe him later, but maybe in the dream he's just a figure. Maybe in the dream he looks a little differently from what he normally is, because that often happens in our dreams. This big burly orc bursts in, and he says, "Steve, you're always in here with the paper. Everything is not safety, Steve. You just have to get out there and just work. Come on, Steve, please. Hurry up. We're counting on you." And he goes back out. And as he does, as the father leaves, there's a little boy standing there. And he's workish, and he's young. And as the father kind of fades, there's a light behind the silhouette of the boy standing can't even hardly see him. You can maybe make out his tusks. And Steve looks and turns away from his papers. And the voice says, like a boy, "Yeah, Steve, everything isn't safety. Go northwest. Go to find the key. Everything isn't. You can't be safe forever." And then he fades, and Steve starts to stir. And we meet our next character. They're in their dream.
We'll go. Flinch at Nothing only has one dream. In the pits and tunnels below Cliff Bend, the day that his friend Korth dies. Korth would lead the squad through the dark, a vigilant soldier and inspiring leader. His booming voice cut through the clamor of battle when it was needed the most, but that day, there was no shout. There was an ambush. Korth died, saving me. I lost an eye, but managed to repel the attack. I was given the name Flinch at Nothing, and my lizard brethren told me I was the reason they had won, but I knew the truth. Korth was the reason. His teeth became the arrowheads in our bows. His bones became the daggers that found soft bellies in the dark, and his skin became my shield and drum, the pounding of thunder through the caves and to victory. When the mistress first comes to me in my dream, she appears above Korth, for that is who she wants.
It's awesome. I don't even need to add to that. It's like so good. And so Korth is what she wants. And so without her even speaking, it's like for Flinch, it's that he can actually see her. She comes in her true form. She almost understands that this Tabaxi can understand her godly nature, and it's kind of like that long flowing hair, dark hair that kind of mixes with, kind of mats a bit and mixes with feathers all around. From a distance, she would look like a bird, but as she approaches, there that dark silhouetted figure. Her eyes kind of blank, and with that, she kind of waves a hand slightly, and Flinch begins to stir.
I have would like to mention, with the benefit of some leveling up, I did pledge my fealty to this great mistress as my matron.
That's
and
awesome.
As I've pledged myself to carrying Korth forward into battle to protect others.
And that's one of the reasons she shows herself so true. She appreciates your dedication to the task at hand. And in terms of story, what we'll assume is, I was telling everyone, is as our players, I mean our viewers, when I was thinking about this, you at home are kind of controlling the goddess, because every time you bless a player, the goddess is bestowing more magical power to their weapon, or giving them another scroll, or restoring their life in those moments when they need it most. So just know that you are the goddess, and so therefore you are playing with us. And so yeah, we have one character left.
Is that me?
Yes.
The name's Viago. I'm an Orcaeth. I'm half orc, half Goliath. I'm not scared of nothing. Except for my daughter. She was taken away from me. I tried to find her, and I can't. The nightmares of that night haunt me every night. I will find her at all costs. I will do anything to find her.
And so as he thinks this in this dream, he's just swimming in darkness, and suddenly there's a light in the distance. It almost opens up like a magenta, like a red, and he can see his daughter's silhouette. And through that darkness, she's at the end of that tunnel. And she calls out to him in whatever name she used to call him, whether it be Papa or that be Papa in Orcaeth. And she, Papa, constantly. Does he go to her? Does he try? I mean, I would imagine he's just constantly trying to, and it feels like almost like there's a gravity against him, pulling. But then he feels these hands like kind of creep over and touch him. He's filled with a great warmth, and he's able to push through that darkness. That weight starts to lift ever so much, and his daughter begins to come closer and closer and closer. And he continues to push, and when she gets almost to the point where she can turn and he can almost see her face, he starts to awake, but he can hear the guidance and the voice of the goddess say, "Find the key and you find your daughter." And so at that moment, all of you in your camp in the middle of this kind of blowing desert, imagine kind of like under a rocky pass where you're able to get some shade, since you've been only sleeping for about 4 hours and kind of traveling through part of the night so that you can follow that star. You all awake, some of you sitting up, maybe cold sweat, some of you just opening your eyes, maybe some of you are used to it by now, but whatever you do, you all turn to each other and you all know you've all just had one of those many strange dreams. And so with that, before I turn it back over to you all, I want to take us somewhere else, somewhere else off in the distance of this land. Give me 1 second here. Sorry, share this with you. And so I want to take us to this. We kind of pan in from the top above down onto this sinister, dark room. The stone structure at the top of it tells us it's a throne room, and it is oval shaped. It's oval shaped, and towards the back of this dark room there is a constant humming of like magical energy, just slightly nearby, maybe outside of the walls. Sconces with are a flame lit in this purplish hue, and the lights kind of dance over. 30 feet from that throne, at the center of the floor, is what appears to be some kind of maybe cauldron, or could be a bath, but whatever it is, it's a circle in the middle of the room, and inside of it is a liquid that is a glowing green, and it bubbles. And as we push in close to it, we can see that there is a humanoid in there appearing out of the liquid, getting closer to a silhouette kind of coming up, about to rise out of this liquid. And before we can see it, before we can see its appearance, a small little dragon runs over and takes a robe and flings this robe over the figure. And as the robe drapes over, we just miss the figure. And as it comes out, you can see that this figure is frail, but slowly developing muscle mass, slowly putting its skin back together, its muscles. And as the hooded figure turns, before we can see a face, the figure says, "Master, You can hear it. This figure breathing heavy. This mask locks on, and a human kind of humanoid mask of silver with carvings all in it. Figure is able to kind of breathe and relax a little bit better, as though maybe some kind of magical oxygen is flowing now. The little figure, the little lizard figure, is like reddish and small in his stature, says, "Master, you're back." And the figure standing now 6 feet over this little 3-foot creature breathes through this mask and says, "He finally did it." His voice distorted by whatever he's wearing. The creature says, "Yes, master. He killed you." "How long have I been gone?" 60 years. It took 60 years for your phylactery to bring you back." "Perfect. That means he's had 60 years with no power." The figure begins to pace around the pit. "Master, I've prepared the others for you." He begins to walk along the room, and there, behind each one of these kind of pillars, there in the darkness, there in the shadow, there are these coffins, and each one of them lined up one by one. They appear to be like coffins, and maybe they're capsules of some type. And the master says, "Well, let's wake them up." And out of a bag he begins to put a diamond into each slot near the base, and to mumble some words, and runes on those begin to glow. And as whatever's happening there, he continues to walk over, and he says, "Chart a course, Snivel." "To where, master?" "Where do you think? I need my key back." "My master was lost when you died in the pit." "No, little one. The last known key wielder is always attuned to it. I will be able to summon it once I get close enough." "Okay." He goes, "One last thing, Snivel." So he says, "Yes, master. I've performed no act of cruelty in over 60 years. Oh, Snivel looks a little concerned. "Master, please, no." And he just waves a hand and speaks a word, and Snivel his bones begin to lock and pop, and he just kind of breaks down and crumples over, lets out a little cry, and is dead. And with that, this figure enrobed in all black just kind of like stretches his muscles, kind of feeling like he's back and feeling kind of good about himself. And he walks over to the other side of the room that we have not seen yet. And on this side of the room, we can see strangely from this humming magic that all that he can see in front of him, there's a 60-foot like window peering out into the world. Is he in a tower? But there's no landscape before him. It's just the stars, these beautiful ultraviolet like little stars hurtling towards him and past him. And he kind of just thinks and breathes, and we crash to black. And this is where, of course, I'd like to welcome you all to the story tonight. It is where we will pick up and begin. But before we do that, I would like to share our opening credits this evening.
Ooh.
Sorry, family.
Yes.
All right, guys. So welcome to the Eternal War under the Adarion sun. We are back. back at that point where those characters have awoken, it's time for another night of traversing this open wilderness, trying to get closer to this key and hoping that this goddess establishes or restores more information for them. And before I kind of like move anything forward, if I'd like to just turn it back over to the characters, just kind of see how they are interacting with each other right now, before and even as they travel.
So Billy kind of, his eyes are jolted awake, but he slowly reacts to it and sits up. And is it currently daylight outside?
It's evening. So it's like they've probably gone to rest they probably are resting 4 or 5 hours in the evening and then getting up and then traveling partially through the night in this cold desert, because it's a little bit more manageable at that time.
Gotcha. So as he sits up, you see that his armor is all white, and he wears a nice scarf, and he has a hat that he kind of keeps pulled back in his hair a bit, but it does not match what he looks like as a person. Very gothic, very dark, very dreary. And as he kind of like slowly sits up, he's like looking around, and he's grabbing around his pouch. He pulls out a book, and his eyes squint real heavy. He pulls out his glasses again, goes to look at his book, and then he casts his light cantrip so he can read it and make sure all the pages are there, and then closes the book and looks around the rest of the party.
You guys, you just have that same dream again. Is anybody awake?
Aye.
Well, it's good to see you're still here, Steve. I know you.
Billy, turn that damn light off.
Oh, sorry, hold on.
Oh.
Well, Viago, it's good to see you're still here, too. Flinch, you still around? Zapped out?
I'm here.
All right. And, is he still here, too?
Why do you always feel the need to talk every time we wake up?
See, I'm not the only one.
Listen, if I don't talk, then you guys are just kind of depressing, not gonna lie.
It's true.
Somebody's gotta bring some cheer.
We're lost in an endless desert. What cheer is there here?
You're right. But at least I still got Mom with me.
And he opens up his book and he shows a picture to you guys.
Mom, she was real happy, She her beautiful smile just keeps me going day to day.
She's a beautiful woman.
Yeah. So, what's on the agenda? You guys rested up? Or are you guys good to go?
Korth is ready. And I am ready to carry him.
All right.
Also, Snivel will be avenged.
You keep saying that every day.
Every day. Flinch, why do you have to be so stoic all the time? Ugh. Yes, I'm ready.
My time spent with the lizard folk changed my personality a bit, I'll admit, but I think for the better.
Keep thinking.
About this time, Viago sits up, and again, he pretty much looks like a Goliath. His skin is bluish, but it has some green in it. The only orcish thing that he has 2 bottom tusks, but he wears what looks to be maybe an ogre skull, like the top part of an ogre skull with 2 black horns that come off, and he always walks around with this half helmet. He takes it off and starts rubbing his eye.
Billy, what are you making for breakfast, dinner, whatever? What are we doing?
I don't know. I guess we can just, do the rations that we've been eating for the past 6 months.
He just stares at you.
That's the best you can do.
I mean, unless one of these guys has been holding out on us yet.
What's Steve doing as this is all transpiring?
Well, he's looking around and he looks at you guys, and you guys have proper PPE on, proper party equipment.
Here we go.
Like he's checking your boots and your helmets and.
Yes, Steve, I have my steel toes on. Thank you very much.
All right, safety's number 1. It's good.
And then go
I just think Flinch is one you need to worry about. He needs to get a pair himself spectacles.
Safety glasses. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
I see what you did
I
there.
can't believe I'm trapped here with these people.
I love it. I love it. And so as you always sit there and kind of like preparing for another evening of travel, Steve is walking around making sure everyone is loaded out correctly, make sure everyone's hydrated. And if any time in here, if there's an idea that you have or something you'd like to interject, please do. But I imagine it's time to start your journey, and so you are off, kind of traveling. And the land that you see before you is quite beautiful, but under this strange tone, there's this horrific nature to something that came before. Every 30 to 40 minutes, you'll pass what looks like it used to be some grand structure. Maybe it was a kingdom lost, flagstone ruins in the middle of this desert. Some of them covered up by wafting of the age and long time that the sand is kind of settled and the silt is kind of like taking it aback. Sometimes large statues, just giant heads, size of a small home, just looming in the distance, laying on their side. And as you kind of cross over these dunes through the night, the sky is gorgeous, and it's a bit. Sometimes it gets a bit windy, so you're also, for those of you who have to like kind of cover up some of that pass through. The air smells, for the most part, clean and when it's not like when the sand is not kicking up. But within the first hour of travel of this evening, who has like the highest perception or passive perception in the party, maybe?
I think I do. Point
Steve.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So as you kind of come up to a ridge, Sneeve, you smell it first. You're like, I smell smoke. And and you can smell the smoke coming from the direction, directly ahead of you, maybe over the next ridge, and you even spot maybe off in the distance, over that next bend or that hill, like a red glow, like something's happening out there in the darkness. At this point, imagine even as you tell them, and other people start to notice it as Steve stops. What would you like to do? Would you head toward?
Hey, Viago, I bet they might have some spices for you to, make your life more interesting.
Let's
We
go.
need to make sure they have a spark watch over there.
A what?
He's talking about when I hit things with my axe, it makes a spark.
Oh.
No. Okay. Yep.
I do like to watch that.
And so just to make sure I'm seeing this all correctly, Billy looks older, right? Looks he almost, or does he just have this kind of like palish, like when you say gothic look, like his eyes are a little bit more sunken in?
Yeah. He just kind of looks like the life's been sucked from him. Not necessarily in like an aging manner, but just like his skin tone's all been muted.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. So we got this hulking Orchiath, the Tabaxi, one eye, the small Tim Burton-ish gnome fighter. Steve walking around here with the full hard hat on. Your character actually wears we imagine him like in a kind of like like a woodsman shirt kind of.
Oh yeah.
Okay, he's got the.
it's a wooden safety hat too, just painted yellow.
Nice. So he's got. You can kind of see that it's wooden from where some of the paint is worn. And Typerium, I know you said he was elvish. So is he typical elvish, slender, kind of wearing the leather armor and the sword? Typerium?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah. So he has a bow, his main weapon, so he straps that across his back. Dirt on his face. He's a typical woodsman. He's a high elf, so he's tall, thin, kind of pale, long hair, bluish in tint.
Nice. Okay. And so our party begins to push forward and go check out what's happening over here. And as they takes them another kind of 15 minutes to work their way over to this, work their way up this dune. And then as they get closer, they start to hear the sounds and the yelling of combat. They start to hear the clanging clang of swords and the grunting, and it's still kind of off in the distance, but as they come over that ridge, they can see it very clearly. There is a small makeshift village burning, several 5 or 6, structures that are lit ablaze. Mostly made out of wood and log, and they're literally going up in blast. And you can see the silhouettes of figures moving back and forth and clanging. And what it appears to be is that some of the men, or some of the humanoids, you can see from their silhouettes, have tails, and so they're running around swinging scimitars and blades, and just the way they move lets you know that they are lizard men or lizard folk. And attacking back and fighting valiantly are these what appear to be barbarians, these men and women and child, like the entire group is fighting, all of them kind of bred and been built for war in their culture, just specimens of humanoids fighting back in the night. And so as you see this and you start to draw closer, you can, like you said, you can see kind of coming down this, almost like if it was a thoroughfare of the main village. There'll be a couple of huts on one side and a couple on the other. And so far, no one's noticed you as this battle is taking place under this. There's a couple different, there's actually like 2 moons in the sky, right, in this world. You could like completely bypass this, or seeing that you can hear the cries of, children and a whole lot. What do you guys want to do?
So
does Viago see children and women being attacked?
And I just want to clarify that the lizard folk are the aggressors.
So at this point, it does appear that way.
Okay.
I don't like how he said that. I know what this feels like now. I know what it feels like.
Right, you're like.
So Flinch is rushing in. He flinches at nothing, and he will run to the aid of the lizard folk that are there. His shield and his shield drum beaten with the messer sword that he draws from the scabbard across the small of his back. Nice. He knows an ally when he sees one, and he has spent years protecting, watching the backs of lizard folk, and they have done the same for him. So yeah, he's in this.
He's all in.
So as he runs down, Viago's gonna bonus action rage, and I'm gonna run down yelling, "The Tabaxi's not gonna get there before me!"
Billy just lets out a sigh and looks over at Steve and like, "Damn it, Steve! Why can't you give us a heads up?" And he starts walking down the hill.
I follow Bill, just taking off my bow. There they go again.
And so, yes, you all have fought with each other over the weeks that you had, whether it be some giant scorpion in the middle of the desert, or the time you fought giant insects in a jungle not far away. And so now, as you close in on this battle, literally with Flinch and or Kayeth literally racing down to see who can get there first. Let's roll initiative for.
Oh boy!
Here we go.
Here we go.
14.
Yeah, how do you dude?
I'm starting it out strong, fellas.
There you go.
That's a nat 20 right there.
Nice.
So I'll do. 1 second.
He beat me.
All right. Okay, so here's how I'll do this. Let's see. Steve, what do you got?
I got 7.
7. All right. Flinch at nothing.
I'm at 24.
24. So he's flying down. I mean, I can always see in those cat-like reflexes, just pulling on there's the big orc behind him.
It's like clumps of grass like flying up behind him.
Billy.
15.
15. Hyperion.
14.
14. All right. Iago.
21. Damn Tabaxi.
Yeah, beat him by just a little bit. That's a fast orc.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to beat you with my bonus actions anyway.
Yeah. I can beat you with my bonus action. It's fine. It's fine.
And so that looks like, let me just finish getting my guys together here. All right. And so as you close in, as you get close, like you say, there is an open space, I want to say probably 60 by, that goes down another way about 80 feet. But in this immediate vicinity, directly in front of you, a cottage burns on one side, another on the other, and a couple down the way. So you're kind of standing there with the fire lighting you all right there in the main street. And as one of a barbarian battles this lizard man in the middle of the street, that lizard stabs him and cuts him down. Another barbarian, like 20 feet behind him, kills one of those things, but hears some screaming and goes off in that direction. There's no longer any of them in your vicinity, and you can tell that from all around you, there's probably 24 of these things moving around, but in your immediate vicinity, 5 of these lizard creatures kind of whip around and look at you and start to close in from either side. So like, 2 on this side, 2 on the side, and then the one that just killed the barbarian was going to run after that one that went down the street, kind of turns back and looks at you. They're like tongues kind of lapping and licking out, and they start to move in. And as they do, we will kick it off with Flinch. So Flinch at full speed as you come into this combat round.
I slide in and yell out in Draconic, the language of my lizard folk brethren. What is your purpose here?
To the lizards. And so the lizards go, purpose. Purpose. This, who are you?
I am one that carries Korth.
And so we do not know. We do not know this Korth.
I should add that Korth would be danger to lizard folk. They would recognize that name as danger.
Got it. So here's the thing, what you're starting to maybe not. So the lizard folk that you have met have been from like your world, like would be like
yes.
Faerun.
Mm-hmm.
So since they actually speak the common, I imagine they understand the term to be danger. But so you're asking what danger are they in? Is that kind of what I'm
asking what their purpose, and when they ask me why I'm here, I tell them I'm the one who carries danger.
Got it. And then so he kind of like looks to some of the others around him, and you're within striking distance. Everyone kind of starting to catch up with the tabaxi within a good 30 feet of these creatures as their blades go up. And he goes, we like danger. And then his head kind of dips low, and his eyes peering back at you. And with that, in that moment, you spent that ample time like speaking to him. Is there anything you want to do bonus action wise before we move?
Am I perceiving them as a threat at this point?
At this point, yes, very much.
Okay. Then I will bonus action beat the drum and inspire Viago, who I know is close on my heels. Because I have a feeling we're going to get some rough and tumble in right now, nice. And I'm eager to go.
Yeah. Is that literally what you do? You have this drum?
Yes. Yeah, I grab my shield made of Korth and just like... Doom, 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 doom,
is that inspiration?
Viago. Yes, it is.
What do I get?
It'll be a D6.
D6. Sweet.
So literally, this little like cat kind of brings the shield up and starts to this feline, and as that rhythm starts to carry, out of the shadows. It'll flicker, fire off. We catch like the light hit this Orgaiath as he just appears, just coming on the lizard. The one lizard who had dipped down, looks sinister, and his eyes get a little like surprised, like he didn't expect that. And then
he's with me.
So, is it my turn now?
It is.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go right off his right side and take my first attack at the first one, yelling, "Hello, I'm Danger," and I'm gonna swing with my first attack with my great axe.
You got it.
26 to hit.
And that is going to hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
9 plus 7, Maths. I'm so used to using Vorpal now. It's terrible. I actually have to count my dice.
Sorry, Chris. I know you're.
No, you're good. You're good. 16 points of slashing.
16.
Yes.
All right, so he just comes riding in. How do you kill the first lizard man?
Oh, Jesus. As I come down, I'm just coming down hard with that great axe straight up and down, splitting him in half.
So, and he just kind of gets, kind of the ichor and blood, this darkish, greenish color to their blood as it flies out as this thing just kind of splits, and we watch his scaly skin kind of flop over. The others are a little concerned almost immediately, but stay their ground. They're trying to stick it out for this fight so far. Okay. And so we then move to Billy.
I still have more attacks. If I can.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, yeah, you have. Yeah, continue. Go on.
I'm sorry. I
forget you guys are all level 9.
Second attack is a 30 to hit.
So he follows up. Oh my god! So he just cleaves the next one.
4, 5, 12 points of slashing damage.
So you cut this one, and it's holding on for dear life. I imagine where literally like lopped one of its arms was flailing off into the distance, and in shock.
Before I take my bonus action, last attack, I'm gonna look at him. You should have ran. And then I'm gonna take my last attack. Oh, that sucks. I rolled a 2, but that's a 13 to hit.
Okay, that just misses as it kind of leaps back.
You were inspired.
I should have.
Oh yes. Well, don't you automatically add the? No, it's not. It's just adds a D4, right?
A D6. So plus 3, so 16 to hit.
That does hit him.
Okay. So, that's 15 points of slashing damage.
That is another kill. That one too. How do you want to? Any flair you want to add to that? Just destroy it.
As I come down and I just, like you said, I cut one of the limbs off. I kind of smile and like lick my lips and just kind of backhand him and hit him with the side of the axe, not even the blade, just kind of backslack him with the axe.
You like slow motion as his head snaps towards the camera and his jaw dislocates and that tongue like swings back and forth and he flies out of frame, dead and pulling on the ground where that arm has been lost. I think you have a third attack, right?
No, that was my third attack.
That was your third attack.
Yeah,
so
I am done.
So the Orcaeth is done, and 2 of them are dead now. There's 3 of them left, not knowing what to do. And we turn we see Billy showing up out of the darkness. What does he do?
So Billy, seeing like his friends run ahead, he like starts to jog for like 15 feet. He's like, and he looks down at one of like the dead corpses next to him, and he casts Animate Dead. And as it comes to life, he's out of breath. He's like, yeah, go.
Question: would I know that Billy does this shit in the past, or would I be surprised that something just came to life right next to me?
Has Billy done this before?
Oh yeah, he's like.
So I'm not going to use my reaction to kill your undead thing. Got it.
So he animates one of the
die
lizard folks.
All right, no, okay, go ahead.
And then it goes up and attacks one of the 3 remaining.
Nice. So the one that got split down the middle, that was in the main of the street, right? And there's still barbarians flying back, running back and forth in the distance, but around you there's still just these 3. That first one kind of lifts up and starts to put itself back together, and it doesn't necessarily heal. It just kind of stays there and kind of hunkers around and turns in this open maw, not even holding its weapons anymore, just like a raptor, and just goes leaps at one of the other lizard men. Go ahead and attack.
All right, and it is going to go ahead and do a slam attack because that's what it does.
Yep.
And that is going to be a 19 plus 3. I'm assuming a 22 hits.
That is gonna hit.
All right, and that's gonna be a whopping 2 points of damage.
All right.
It throws itself at it.
Yeah, so he just kind of lunges and he kind of smashes into one of the other, and it doesn't really hurt him, but it hurts him a bit. But the other lizards are more like thrown off balance and confused as to how one of their own is like back on his feet.
Billy, seeing like the futile attempt, he just like face palms like, oh gosh.
And so as Billy facepalms, our camera kind of pans right past him, and right there, or wherever he's going to be, is Typerion.
As I'm walking up, or kind of jogging to catch up, hoping that some bad guys are left for me,
Right.
I choose the longest one, farthest from me. I pull my longbow and take a shot at his
All right.
feet in an
All
attempt
right.
to basically stick him to the ground.
All right.
That's 18.
That will hit.
Okay. And that will be 13 points of damage.
Oh, I forgot to do something.
That so this arrow lets loose, and the one that just pushed off the guy that slammed into him by the the undead lizard lizard man, as he's pushing this other one off, kind of lets out a scream as an arrow jams into his foot, and it's like literally pinned to the ground, and he's kind of like pulling his leg like this, and you see some of that blood spurring out, and he does not look in good shape, just in shock at that moment. Is there something else you'd like to do?
No, I did what I wanted to do.
All right. So the arrow was in his foot, and at that moment, the last two lizard man. There's both the one that is. There's three of them. So there's one that has the arrow in him, and the other two that are close by just start to rush forward, trying to get to whoever they can, whoever's the closest. And so I imagine kind of where we're at is like Finch is is kind of dead center, right behind it, or right in front of him is the Orcaeth, and they're a little shook on the Orcaeth. They kind of look and they kind of rush past around him, and they kind of go for Billy, seeing as what he's just done, hoping maybe they can get a quick kill, thinking more about him being small. So the first one attacks, rushes in very close, and hits 22.
Yeah.
Billy. And then it will.
I think we're going to start putting Billy on my shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So 6 damage on that first attack, Billy, as the second one kind of rushes in, kind of slides in and tries to cut you. This is the one who's kind of hobbling from the arrow in his foot. 22 on that one.
Mm-hmm.
And then damage, only 3 on that.
All right.
And so
imagine
the other
Billy
one,
kind of just like falls back like an infant, like just on his butt. Like it wasn't that significant because he's like 2.5 feet tall.
Nice. So after that, those two lizards attack. The third one's still standing and not quite his turn yet. So then we move. Oh no, it actually is the lizards. So then the third lizard is just kind of turns away and starts darting down that area where in the middle center of the fiery buildings on both sides, and just runs away and kind of like scatters away. You see his tail skimpering off wherever he's running to, and he kind of disappears behind one of the burning buildings to the left. We then move to Steve.
All right, so how close are the lizard men to me now, do you
Yes,
think?
the two that are, so now they've kind of come in close. They've attacked Billy, so everyone's within an earshot. So you're looking in this space as Billy's being attacked, and then right in front of Billy, maybe 10 feet away after he's just killed a couple of these lizard men, is the Orcaeth, and then about 10 feet away from him is Flinch, who is kind of turning, and everyone I would imagine, in that moment would be turning because Billy is the one being attacked, and you are still kind of bringing up the rear as you're showing up to the scene, Steve, as you're kind of coming out of the darkness. Probably the closest ones, like I said, the closest ones to you would be the ones attacking Billy.
Okay, if I can get right beside him,
Yes, you can.
I can get that close. I'll go, stay alert, don't get hurt. And then I'll pull a scroll out of my pocket, and I'll read it out, and it's Thunderwave.
Nice. Oh, shoot. So he's going for the Thunder Wave with Billy close by.
Hope that kitty can swim.
All right.
The safest
roll
way
forward.
possible I can use this.
It's Thunder Wave. Yeah, you definitely don't want to see.
Does it come with an MSDS?
All right, so here's
Nice.
a little bit of our combat here. So I've got Billy right here. I've got Steve coming up right behind him. Off to the side here, I'm going to put you maybe here. I know you're probably a little bit farther back, but this miniature here will be our Typerium, right? Close by. This is Steve. Steve, you're in the, I know that my light doesn't do it justice, but it's kind of like a yellowish green.
Yeah.
The red is for the fighter, who is the gnome. He's being accosted by the 2 lizard men here. The one has run off into the distance. We've got our Orchiath right there in the blue, where you just killed just down the 2 there. And then just out of earshot is Flinch. So I think, is that everybody? Am I missing anybody on the board? All right, Steve. So if you were to walk up to these guys, you're doing Thunder Wave, you're probably going to catch Billy in the action.
He's used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm saving him.
There you go. All right, so I have to make a save, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So both of these lizard men, as they get blown back.
The DC is 13.
Okay, so one of them passes with a 17, the other one gets an 11.
Billy rolled 15.
Yep. So you're gonna and then so the one will take, I guess, the full damage, another half.
12 thunder damage.
Okay, and then one of them
push
was
10 feet away. Yeah.
All right, so even with the half being shot in the foot, the one is literally blown away and killed. The foot lizard destroyed after he'd already taken a ton of damage from the last shot, and the other one, who kind of held his ground, because I take it that the one that was shot couldn't really hold on as the force kind of blew him back. So then what's the total again?
12.
12. Okay, so the other one is still holding, stays true, takes the 6 damage, and is still in the fight, but kind of staggers for a second, kind of what was that? And then Billy, you got 15.
Billy just has this mass wave of thunder, knocks off his glass and hat. He just turns back and looks at Steve.
Bill, sorry.
Billy picks up his hat.
As this blast goes out, Steve's like, "Hey,
I had a scroll."
That's Mr. Safety for you, right? The first thing he does is
the safest environment I've ever been in.
Steve, is there anything else you got for us bonus-wise? Either way, we're moving to the next.
No, that's good. That's good for me.
All right. So as you're blowing through, suddenly that is when you hear some kind of some hissing as another lizard from nearby comes rushing out of the darkness, and he's going to move in close. Just kind of comes rushing towards Flinch from behind. Flinch immediately turns back, and this larger lizard. And these lizard men, they are some of them are kind of lanky, some of them are bigger in build, scales all over. They have a grayish green skin. They have a bunch of frills that go across the top of their heads, and their heads constantly dart, around. And so this one just comes out and just goes to wailing with the blade he has in hand. Actually, this thing comes out with, it's just literally, actually it's holding it, just has its claws. We see these huge kind of claws on each hand as it whips them towards you. And so the first attack, it's gonna be 11, 16. Does that hit you, Flinch?
No.
No.
Flinch dodges out of the ray, rolls quickly, letting Cork take the brunt of the blow.
Nice. And so swings again, staggers off completely by rolling a 1, doesn't hit you again. And then with the third, as it staggers forward, though, it tries to snap with its bite, with its mouth. 17.
17 hits.
Yeah. So just as he moves, it kind of bites on the arm and clamps down a bit. Your whatever leather armor or whatever you have there, kind of holding it off, but you can feel just the pain as it's trying to. If you weren't coordinated, or if you didn't have what you had on, it might just any normal human, it might just snap their arm in two. And so it's going to do light damage. Do 10. 6 damage. 6 damage. 6. Actually, I'm sorry, 9 damage. So you kind of start to shake this thing off, and it is bitten you.
I do not shake it off. It's stuck here with me now.
Nice, I like it. And so as this is all happening, we then move to where it was next in line. And so now, as this thing is fighting Flinch, you hear something like reinforcements, like someone coming down the street. And so they're down in the distance. I'm gonna add you come that in. Where did he? Oh, here he is. So flanked by 2 other of these lizard men is this brutish figure. And it's the strangest thing for anyone who would, maybe even for someone like Flinch from your world, is like, this thing is maybe 6'5", covered in fur. And to all intents and purposes, you would all maybe notice it and say that's a bugbear, like a just big burly bugbear. But his fur is a darker, in some areas a brightish orange, and he's got these heavy tusks, and his eyes are a little sunken in, and he has a whip and a giant shield. And as he approaches, who do we have here coming in to my assault? You aren't the Tiger Fangs. And so he has now entered the battle. He does not do anything. We're at the top of the round. Flinch, you're able to react. What would you like to do?
I am going to stab the hell out of this lizard. You do great dishonor to those of the lizard clans. And I'm going to just stabby stab.
Stabby stab. Here we go.
That will miss. He has a better grip on me than I anticipated.
So you're trying to find an opening as this thing clamps down and holds onto your arm, trying to whip it away. Do you have any more attacks than that one?
I am going to use my disengage bonus action to step away
nice.
with a tumble backwards. And I will post up behind Viago, who I know will make short work of this coward.
Disengaging with dignity.
Yeah. So as he rips away, kind of Viago and Flinch go kind of back to back. These flaming buildings are all around, and as these lizard men are closing in all around them. And then we will move to Viago.
Should be Viago.
So there's it's hard to kind of see. So there's a lizard man that's about 15 feet away from me.
Yes.
And then there's some big guy.
It's the big burly bugbear guy. A couple lizard men behind him, and you've got the one that just bit Filch a bit, just momentarily.
Flinch. Does that one look? Is there any other ones out there?
There are.
It's hard to.
Those are the only ones.
Viago, get the big one, please.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. He's not that big. I'm 8.5 feet tall. Yeah, I'm going to look at the little one. I'm going to look at the big one. I'm going to look at the big little one. I'm going to look at the big one. Solo has an idea what the big one is, but Viago doesn't. So Viago's going to run and charge the big bugbear-looking one and make his attacks.
All right, so he's going to fight the bugbear. And so he sees you coming towards him and how brutish and how big you are. And he's just like, he kind of gets excited for it. He's like, finally. He's like, these weak human barbarians just don't cut the cake. And he kind of starts to move in towards you. Viago, okay. What you got?
I'm going to, with my first attack, I'm going to do Thunderous Blows, which is a Juggernaut trait. So you're going to have to make a strength saving throw if I hit with this.
All right.
So it's a 17 that probably hits. That's a 28.
All right, and that does hit.
Okay, so strength save. Ooh, got a 12.
Oh.
So 19 points of slashing damage.
All right. And our big orangish brute, he only rolled a 12.
Oh, so he gets pushed back 5 feet.
Okay.
Random question, because I don't know this because it's never happened. if I'm in conflict with this guy and I knock him back 5 feet, I don't get an attack of opportunity, right?
I would no,
Yeah,
no,
okay.
not at
So-
all. Because I mean, he's clearly off his. It's like a fighter. The move itself is
Got
built
it,
for you
okay.
to like knock him back.
So
So
that's the first attack. I'm gonna push forward 5 more feet and take my
Okay.
second attack. Oh God. That is a 25 to hit.
you're gonna hit him. Somebody buy that dragon.
Please.
Nobody on the players, nobody leveled up now.
That's
All right, 10 o'clock, we're done. See ya. They killed everyone.
that's 10 points of slashing for the second attack.
All right.
And
So the first one was 19 points of damage, right? So
Yes.
29 total. Okay.
And the last attack is a 19 to hit.
18, that hits again.
Okay. For 11 points of slashing damage.
Another 11. So you are. It's literally like you both. You know, as if this was a movie, like things kind of frame up. You both got to frame up, get ready to go at each other. He starts to go at you. You get a running start. You just come in and you just start wailing away on this guy. The first push, the first blowback, just kind of knocks him into his other lizard men, and he's completely surprised by that. Every just blow is just one, another. It's just, you know, it's 300 style, just brutal. By the time you're done, his jaw is like all messed up. It's covered a mouthful of blood, and he's like, okay. He probably inside, he's probably a little concerned, but he's like, my turn. And so then it is actually his turn.
That's what you called an attention getter.
You have his attention for sure. So he will make his attack. So he kind of stepped. Well, the thing is, I guess he can't. I'm gonna make it where he can still use it because it's a reach. It's a whip, so he still uses it in melee. It just doesn't have its whip effect. So he's kind of like whipping it. It's kind of barbed, and so he's kind of dancing around you. You know, you're all within 5 feet. He has that shield up, and he kind of whips and he tries to get. You know what? Because it's a whip and he's so close, I'll give it a disadvantage.
Okay.
So wow. A 20 and a 1. I shouldn't have said disadvantage. So a natural 20 and a natural 1. So he completely fails on the first try.
So he hits himself in the groin and God, damn it.
The whip kind of wraps around his leg and like slaps him. You're like, and he kind of feels the pain. Steps back, kind of whips that whip around, locks it on his side, goes to something more practical, pulls out his Morning Star, and gives you one attack. I know I'm kind of floated by taking his bonus. Yeah, his bonus action to pull out his Morning Star. He takes his second attack.
Okay.
That would be a 14.
Misses.
Plus 17. So that probably still misses.
17 does hit.
That does hit. Okay,
Yeah.
so he does hit. He does 1d8.
Celebrate.
11 damage on as he strikes you.
What kind of damage?
It's piercing.
Piercing.
That
So
Morning
it's
Star.
halved.
Yep.
You go up or down?
Sorry.
You go up or
Oh,
down?
I usually go down.
Okay. Got it.
No. Yep. So he's kind of frustrated. And he kind of stands there and tries to kind of lock up with you, locking eyes, and then we move to so literally this bugbear, this orange bugbear that you guys never seen. It's kind of like pale face, these dark eyes. He kind of turns back from Viago, and he goes, "Run the troll!" And so you hear this boom, 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 something like running from the distance, but you don't it hasn't shown up yet. But then because it's not out of time, and then we camera whips, and it's Billy's turn.
Billy kind of fixes his hat real quick, and he looks at his zombie that he's summoned. He says, "What the hell are you looking at? Make yourself useful." And then he looks at this giant boat, and he's going to send the zombie over to the other lizard dude.
Yes.
And then he is going to cast Guiding Bolt at second level on the big bugbear fella.
You're sending your dead lizard man to
the
this guy or
to the other guy, not the bugbear.
over here.
Basically, to be just a meat shield.
Got it. And so just kind of walk up in this little area where, because the one that's fighting you, right?
Oh, I didn't know there was one still on me.
Oh, are they all dead? No, the ones that's why. Did we kill all of the? Yeah, Steve. No, that guy's still alive. Yes, there's one that's still alive. Remember, he took almost all his damage, but there was one from the thunder wave that held on.
Okay, then I'll just I guess Zombie's gonna Zombie's gonna go ahead and attack that guy with
Attack
a 17 plus 3, I believe. That hits, correct?
That's gonna hit.
All right, and then it will do. It's a 5 plus 1, 6 points of bludgeoning damage to the dude.
Okay, he's dead. how does the zombie thing lizard kill him?
So he like looks down at Billy as his jaws kind of like just barely hanging on there, and then looks back at the creature and just like reaches up and pulls up back his neck and takes a bite out of his jugular and just whips it around. And then Billy like looks at him and says, "Not impressed." And then he points to the other and just to be a big meat shield essentially. And then Billy is going to pull out his book, his journal, and then he's going to kind of wave his hand over it, and then you see a basically like a ball of guiding energy, and he's going to send that ball over to the big bugbear. That's second level. And for him, that is going to be, I don't know if it's going to hit. That's going to be a 17, 7 plus 7.
Okay. 17,
no, 7 plus 7 is a 14. Math.
14, that will miss.
Okay.
So this gliding bolt just flies out of his hand, and it flings at him. Work is whipping around, yelling back, and as this thing flies off and smashes into something behind him. And out of the way.
Shrugs.
Yeah, I like Billy. And so at this moment, after Billy has taken his turn, it's Typerium right after him.
Great. How far am I from the bugbear?
So you are about, each one, like Typerium, you're like this guy right here, so like 40, maybe 40 feet.
Okay. I'm going to
move. There's one, remember there's one lizard guy here who got ripped away. He was the one who has the claws who Flinch just like dodged away from. He's still standing there as well.
Oh, sorry, the zombie went to that guy, the guy with the claws.
Oh, that's where the zombie... Oh, after... So he has a follow-up after... Yeah, he went over there after he killed the last guy. Okay, so he's locking him up now. Okay?
Okay, I'm going to move about 10 feet towards the bugbear, so I'm a little closer, but not within striking distance. And I'm going to shoot a couple arrows at him. As I'm going that direction, I look over at Steve and say, I'm going to go to explain some safety to him.
So you're moving it up, maybe to try to get a shot, kind of maybe moving over this direction. Now you're using a longbow, right?
I am.
All right. So you would probably have disadvantage on that at that range, correct? Because it's about, I think it's a little over 100 feet.
100.
Anything closer to that? Yeah. So, yeah. So, so it's going to be close because the shot is so close. So go ahead and take it.
Okay, so 17 on my disadvantage.
It still hits. Yep.
All right. It's gonna be 7 damage.
7 damage on our guy. Takes another 7. All right. Anything else you want to follow up with?
Yep, I'm gonna shoot another one.
All right. So an arrow flies out. The first one just smashes into his shield and almost throws him completely off balance, and he loses the shield. And as he staggers back, trying to weave out of the way, Viago, that second one lands in his shoulder. Another 13, you said. And so this creature is completely thrown off. You guys have, he's looking around. His forces are starting to dwindle, and he's waiting for that call back. And he hears something. It doesn't. Something is said in another language. Flinch, I take it you speak the lizard folk?
I do. And
so to you, it's a little broken in this world, but it's able to make off his it's dead. So he called out and asked for the troll, and it was it's dead. So. When the bugbear kind of whips his back, looking at Viago towering over him, he kind of first time in the fight, his eyes just have fear in them. After Typerium, we move.
Actually, right before that, I do have. I'm going to send my owl,
Nice.
my beautiful owl Posh. I get to send him over. I'm going to send him over to help and kind of try to fly over the bugbear thingy's head to see if it can maybe get some kind of distracted a little bit while the others attack.
Okay. So to make sure that the owl is kind of doing exactly what you want, can you give me an animal handling check?
Absolutely. Seven.
So your owl kind of flutters out and starts to kind of circle in around this bugbears, and he kind of looks out and he starts to swing his morning star at it. Can't hit it. It's kind of flapping around. Woo, woo, and so there's a bunch of chaos ensuing, and so you do kind of have him off balance for a second, but he's focused enough where I think if you'd roll a little higher, maybe it would have been like off balance, so that like whoever's next strike might be advantage. But at this point, the bugbear is just trying to stay as alert as possible. We then move to I think Steve. Actually, no, we have lizard folks who we should attack. So it's actually so this guy gets to attack back. He's gonna just strike the lizard creature zombie that's in its way with a claw attack. The first one is 24 on that first one.
That actually misses. He's a legendary zombie.
I was like, what kind of zombie is that? So 1d8. So 5 damage there with the first claw attack.
5 damage, all right.
Yep. Second attack is going to be only a 10.
Still hits.
Still hits. And that one's going to do 9 damage.
Okay.
Is he still up?
Still up.
Still up. And that third attack is only 11.
It's
11.
gonna.
Yep. And 11 damage.
11 damage. Zombie crumbles.
So
valiant attempt.
He hits him the first time, and the second is like the lizard kind of like wants to move to the next. He looks back and he's like, the thing is like still like with its like lizard tongue hanging out. So he just goes, just kind of like slashes it until it's like on the ground. So it's like a bloody pulp, and then looks around for.
Of the corner of his eye, Billy like sees the zombie take one hit, and he looks at it, he sees it take another hit, and he's like kind of impressed, like, and he just sees it get wiped out. He's like, ugh.
Nice. And so then the two lizard guys that are with our bugbear kind of just move in. They can tell that they're kind of being commanded to like take some flack for the bugbear is getting his like ass whooped here. And so one of them moves in, attacks Viago. That's not going to do it. Next attack that's not going to do another 5, a 2 and a 5. So they're kind of like swiping at you, not getting anything from it. Actually, they get 2 attacks. So second attack from each, it's not going to do it. And that's none of those are going to hit you. All right, so literally like single-handedly, you're just literally like blocking blow after blow as they come in. As this is happening, we're back at the top of the round for third round, and it is Flinch.
I don't think Steve is gone yet.
Oh, Steve. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why. Steve, you're up. You're right. Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. So Steve will wander up there a little bit, and could I place a moonbeam behind the bugbear where I wouldn't hit my teammates?
Right behind the bugbear. What's the radius on the moonbeam?
5-foot radius.
5 foot. Yeah.
Okay, I'll plant a 4th level moonbeam right behind him there.
Right behind him. So literally, so it's like right behind. So it's not on him.
No, like yeah.
Got it.
Then the 5-foot radius gets on me.
Okay, got it. So it's going to be like right there. And
so
go ahead.
It's a safe distance away.
Yeah, from everyone else. Go ahead and do I need to save or do you roll for it? And then
you roll a DC 15 con save.
Yep, and I am failing that with a 6. Even with my not going to do it. So full damage for this guy.
23 radiant damage.
23.
So
Moonbeam.
So this, how do you do your moonbeam? You know, what is the action when you call a moonbeam?
I'd walk up with my druid staff there and kind of point it towards the moon, and then just kind of
Yeah.
drop
And
a shot down there.
So it's like you kind of camera like flies up towards the moon, and kind of the moon is there, and it's funny. It's almost like you feel like even more power because there's two in this system, and that moon suddenly there's like it's almost like a spotlight on him, and it just one burns and boom, and he just kind of rides. You start to see like, you know, his fur starts to cook, and he almost looks burned across his back as he hunkers in and tries to block the beam from like burning his face, and he looks very, very, very hurt. At that moment, now we would naturally be top of the round.
Is anything immediately next to me? Because I want to go help Viago if not.
The only thing that's within earshot of you is the dead zombie. So it's just the guy who bit you. The lizard with the large claws.
Okay.
Is still within earshot of you.
Okay. I am going to sink low to the ground, kind of raise my shield, flip my sword backhanded, and a light, like a wisp of light, will start spinning around me, and two blasts of white light emanate from my shield. I'm using Eldritch Blast.
Nice. I like it. By the way, you just turned to the side, and I was able to see those lines in the side of your hair. Those are
nice.
Got some more scars, yeah.
Yeah.
That is going to be a 15 and a 6 for the second one. So
the 15 they will hit. The 15 will hit.
15 will hit. And I'm going to do 10 damage with that.
10 damage. Alrighty. So the creature takes the 10 as you hit it. Anything else? How would you like to follow up?
Yes, I'm going to like duck and tumble away and move to Viago's back to make sure that he's protected.
So you kind of come in like right behind him, pulling up aside. You see that he is fending off these two lizard men at either side. This town is still starting to burn, and at this point, you also notice that the surviving, there's not many, but there's like surviving figures. We're starting to come out of the darkness. And at first it appears like, are those the lizard men? But you start to realize it is the surviving barbarians who are coming to your aid. And so this tide is turning very quickly.
Is there one nearby within 60 feet that I could heal with my healing word bonus action?
One of the barbarians?
Yeah, if there's one nearby that I see as an ally that might need help, I have a bonus action. I have a spell to help them out if they need it.
So I imagine like as you are kind of looking off to the side, you see on the side behind one of the homes. It's kind of like this point, the structure literally collapses, and right there, standing and moving out, still ready to fight, is a strong man, very gruff, beard, hair everywhere. He's got like an armor on one side, his chest fully exposed, and he's like bleeding from his side pretty badly. So you would have been able to hurt him.
Yes, I again kind of like move my shield down in front of me. I tap on the outside of it to create a kind of an echo on the inside against my chest, and there is another kind of vibrant blast of light that reaches out to him and seals that wound. He's going to recover 5 hit points.
Nice.
The flinch does not. Flinch cures wounds and heals, but he does not fix scars. So any wound will still have a pretty vicious scar on it. He doesn't completely erase the wound, but he does kind of heal them a little bit. So
suddenly, as this man is walking, starts to see this gaping hole that was just in his chest from or in his stomach, where a javelin pierced and was pulled out, just start to reconnect the fibers. He starts to feel it. He starts to feel more enthralled, and he kind of looks at his hand, the blood on it, and how it's slowly healing. And he's enthralled, and he just kind of goes, "Hoo!" And as he does that, it kind of echoes throughout, and you realize that, from the sounds as they go up like wolves around you, you all have allies in the fight. And he kind of looks to you like he knows you're the one that aided him. And so he's grateful, even just through his eyes. And at that moment, literally riding that wave of power from these barbarians, it's Viago's turn.
So the bugbear thing is still up?
He's still up, yeah. And he at this point he's looking for a way out, trying to get out of this moonbeam. He's trying to run. He for all intents and purposes, he doesn't look like he wants to stay and fight you any longer.
Okay. That's fine. We don't have to fight much longer. God bless America, man. I'm rolling high. 18 plus stuff. 29 to hit.
Yes.
6, 7. It's 13 points of slashing damage by the first attack.
Okay. Yep.
Second attack is not so high. 16 to hit.
That's you just missed on that one.
Just missed. All right, I missed one time, guys.
I know you have one more.
That is a 19 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
That is another 13 points of slashing damage. Oh my god. No, that's 16 points of slashing damage. I am a fool. 16. I haven't been adding my rate. I haven't been adding my rage. It's fine. So that's 16 points of slashing that time. That's my fault.
So literally, I mean, you're just slash after slash. And so seeing a moment where maybe he can like duck away, he sprints away from you, creating an open opportunity of attack as he turns and calls out, "Retreat!" But you can make
18 hit.
Attack. It's gonna hit.
Math. 16. 19 points of slashing damage.
All right. And so you slash this guy. I mean, what if it was a killing blow? Where would you be aiming? What would you be trying to do to him?
If he was running away, I would take the bottom blade of my great axe, and I would hack it right in his collarbone and be like, and like hit him and like pull him back to me.
And so there it is as this kind of like lands in his side, drops down his knees. He's like, "Retreat!" He can't even get it out. Kind of coughs, and he's kind of like breathing heavy. And as you pull him back, he's able to just kind of look up at you as you look down over him. Viago, he goes, "It's fine. The master will have your hide." And he's starting to, if there's any last words or how you want to finish him, he's glazing over.
I'm going to look down at him.
I'm looking forward to it.
And I'm just going to headbutt him.
And his smile, he's trying to like fight goes to fear. And as you headbutt him, smashing against his cranium, kind of drops over, husk. Lizard began to scatter, like run. Opportunities to attack are going off. Barbarians are coming in, cutting down few that are trying to get away. And for all intents and purposes, what this figure did, you have won this war, this battle, and you have helped these barbarians. You have fended off an attack that has come in the night. So as things kind of come down, as the adrenaline comes down, what are maybe some of you guys' first thoughts, or everyone maybe just role play for a second? What are you thinking?
We're heroes.
Yeah.
Speak for yourself. I'm covered in blood. My scarf is totally ruined. Kind of feel like crap too. Not gonna lie.
Viago's gonna wipe all the blood off of his axes on this dead bugbear. he's a very one-track mind. He has key in his mind, so he's gonna look on that bugbear's body to see if there's a key in there.
Looking for the so as he's looking over the bugbear, this is the figure who Flinch you healed as he kind of approaches you. You can see that he's battle worn. He has his scars as well. Viago is searching over the body. As Viago's searching over the body, and Flinch is being face to face with this warrior that he should save. What is everyone else maybe doing?
Any of you guys need some healing?
Yeah, I'll walk over to Bill and, hey, you okay, buddy?
I mean, I guess so.
Need
Let me
healing
just,
or anything?
Yeah, hold on. Let me just say a quick prayer real quick to the family.
And you see he busts out his little journal, and he says, "Oh, Twitch gods, those of you listening, please donate the HP."
Anyways, like I was, sorry. And he holds up his book. He says, "My brother, who is so defined in his facial features, the more handsome one, and oh, father of mine, please heal us, and don't forget to call upon Mother. Mother, in this time of need, please, please, please bestow upon us healing. And of course, cannot forget, Grandma. Grandma, if you are there listening, please give us the almighty healing."
And he is going to use his channel divinity, and there's about 40 hit points that can be divvied out to anybody. And he needs...
Who needs the healing?
I mean, you can dish it out to everybody else, and I can be last. I'm fine.
Yeah,
I'm going
I'm
back
9
to
down, but also I'm not concerned about myself.
Yeah, I'm five down.
He
I think
just
I have the most hit points.
Needs, I think Billy used up about 12 of them. And so that's 36. Wait, no, math. 28 remaining.
So Viago
You just watch as this like the spirits kind of float up around from the pages on his book.
Heal the villagers. Help the others. We are fine.
Well, that's mighty unselfish of you. Okay, I guess.
Mal, you were saying something?
Oh no! So as you're doing that, Billy, you notice that some of the barbarians that are gathering around you, there's maybe 5 to 6 that are left. They are slowly healing. A few people are getting up, but there's not enough of that magic healing to heal all, and so there's a bit of solace as they start to realize that there's a lot of friends and family who are dead. And Viago, as you're searching the body of the orange bugbear, you find a little pouch, and that pouch just has a bunch of like little bones and teeth collected in it. And then the one next to it, you actually find this little leather strap, and inside of there is a blood-colored gem that would be worth some pretty coin. But that's all you find.
Okay. Flinch. I hand Flinch the 2 little bags I got.
I toss them quickly and put them into my pack. I'm not really interested in them right now. I'm very interested in this barbarian that's approaching me.
So as the barbarian approaches you in this kind of flaming debris in the middle of the night, kind of looks, I think you. And then he calls off in like a fluid language, and then the others seem to be listening, and they start to tend to bodies and move them. And then off the distance, he kind of hears something, but he looks to you, he goes, "Thank you. My thanks." He kind of talks in a broken comment to you. "My thanks to you, cat men. We Tiger Fang. You Tiger. Cunning."
I deeply bow. Do you need further assistance? We have other matters to attend to, but we are at your service, should you need us.
We will be fine. Tiger Fang will always be. We will be good, but let us return. Stay, rest up. Are you good? We try to help if we can.
Flinch tries to hide the fact that he's bleeding from his arm. Like the hit that he took was kind of bad, but not very well. He will not openly ask for help, but if it is offered, he will accept.
And he begins to look around. He looks at you, and he kind of even goes into like touch your cat face and kind of like turn, and he goes, and he looks at the small little deathly gnome and then the big hulking orc, and he goes,
"Where are you from, warrior?"
To Flinch. Or to any of you. He just kind of looks at all of you like, where are you from?
He like looks up at his companions.
Far away. My mistress has brought me here via river and road and star, and that is all that I know.
You have mistress. Many of us have God. You worship mistress. We have ours. Fair enough.
And then he kind of goes over and sits on a crate, opens something and pulls out a drink. He just pops the bottle. Drink. And he takes a swig, a bunch of it kind of pours down his chest. It looks very opaque. And he shakes it and kind of hands it around. Do you take some?
I do.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
And so take a swig, and it's some of the strongest alcohol you've had. And it kind of hits very right there. But he kind of looks at you and he goes, yes, Catman like. He goes, others, tell me who you are. Who is, and actually turns, who is this, who is your mistress? Who do you worship?
She is simply the one that has guided us here. I do not know much about her, but I trust that she needs me, and she needs Korth. And I kind of like raise my shield and tap it to give that hollow echo, and that's it.
And when you tap it, he goes, oh, and then like some of the others go, oh, and then at that moment, there's like almost like a not a galloping, because these wouldn't be horses, but they come up on you so quick, but there's a swift movement from over a hill, maybe from even the opposite direction from where you guys came into the village. And sure enough, these 5, I would probably say like there's probably like 8 of them on tigers, these big warriors riding cats, kind of ride up. All the cats are different colors and different stripes, all basically tigers, right? But huge saber-tooth tigers, long fangs, and they ride up and they go, and they talk to this barbarian that you're speaking with, and you could tell that they're realizing that they showed up late to something that just transpired. And he goes, oh no. And after he hears some news from something he said, he literally drops the jug. It starts to spill, and he collapses to his knees in pain, like he just heard, like as if he already couldn't take enough of his village being attacked in the night. Something, that news was crushing. He does not cry. You can tell in each of those barbarians riding those cat-like steeds, they all have a little bit of like water in their eyes. What do you guys do? Or say or move on? Do you?
I'm gonna walk over to Flinch and kind of whisper to him. Ask him about the key. See what's going on with this. Make sure he's can still help us.
I don't believe this is the time for that type of conversation, Typerium. These people have lost much. Perhaps let them mourn.
You're probably right. I turn to the barbarian and ask about the black key.
So as you speak, he's kind of looks up at you. He goes,
Key? Key? What do you mean key? He kind of like fights through his his pain and is still interested. He tries to stand up, kind of suck it up and tell me more.
This mistress that has called us here, she's sent us on a quest for a key.
He looks at Finch. She goes, "Well, mistress, goddess."
Yes, she is.
Our goddess, your mistress.
Perhaps.
We protect our goddess, our power. We are protectors of Name.
As this conversation's transpiring, Billy's walking around and he's picking up smaller sticks.
Picking up sticks?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Does
Viago... What are you... One of the barbarians kind of looks and says, what are you doing, little one?
I'm just... Give me a second.
Okay. He does it with such confidence that the big hulking barbarian kind of like moves away. See, that one, his hair is like all like shaved on the sides, kind of like a tuft just going down his back. And, all right, kind of like walks off. Someone else was saying something.
Would Viago hear this conversation with Flinch and Adarion and the barbarian?
Yes, I think so. Everyone's kind of within an earshot of each other.
So Viago's going to stand up and walk towards them and kind of talking to Flinch, but also talking to the barbarian.
As Bugbear, he talked about his master. His master would be coming for us. Perhaps the master has the key.
Master should have no key. Name has key. But Name is dead. Only Name knows where key is. Goes.
I have to connect with these people, the people that came. I said, "Is this the news that was just brought to you?"
Yes. He says. He just grabs a couple of flaming pieces of wood, throws them down, grabs his jug. He goes, "I will. If you follow Goddess, then she brought you to us. She chooses those who are worthy. And if she has chose you, then we are in good company. And you have proven you helped us. I try to help you, if possible." So as he passes around his jug, he kind of gets quiet for a moment and he starts to try to tell you this broken story. Just kind of tells you that they are like I said, they're keepers of the goddess and of Name. And he says basically, long ago, Angela's beings, heaven, came down, rule over all of man, and it was good. And then time go, devils come down. Devils cause huge fight, huge war with those here. Fire rain down. Angelas, they're losing war, they locked secret power in fortress. One key to unlock. Name has key.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. And then he just, only last thing he says is he says, I, Kothgar, a barbarian's Kothgar, we protect Name to protect key.
As I see, like, obviously Name meant something to him, I'm gonna walk up and I've got like a bunch of smaller sticks. I'm gonna say,
I know this hurts bad.
I'm gonna pull up my book and I'm gonna show him the pictures of my family members in there. Say,
alone, this is you.
And he's gonna take the stick and he's gonna use the light cantrip and he's going to light up the stick. He's gonna break it, and when he breaks it, the light fades. He says,
But with everybody that you ever worked with, your ancestors, predecessors, your current tribe, together this is you.
He's going to take the bundle of sticks and cast light on it, and he's going to try and break it. And as he tries to break it, the light cantrip gets brighter and brighter and brighter. And then he's going to rip a sheet out of his book, just an empty page. And he's going to say,
Now you need to make your own lineage, your own legend.
he's going to grab his jug out of his hand, take a long swig, and hand it to him.
And so he takes that little paper from you and he looks. And do you I take it you give him something to sketch with, and he looks and he goes. As he looks back at you, you realize that meant something to him and he appreciates you. And so grants you an inspiration that you can use sometime later. And he doesn't know how to use this thing. He tries to draw. He starts to kind of.
As he's doing that, I'm going to cast guidance on him to help him out.
I'm going to cast heroism. Give him focus.
I'm gonna cast a sigh.
He's just drawing.
Not picking. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say not picking up on social cues at all. Steve walks up and goes, "I'm here on a forced holiday. I had too many holidays. They made me take these. Now I'm looking for the goddess and the key."
Goddess key. We find this is Name. Name. Powerful warrior who helped all of us who we protect, who now passed. Hame, a family, we family strong. And he
That's
goes,
right.
Well, maybe you can help. Maybe you can find key. Goddess must want you to have key. Only two people would know. Name knows where key is. But now they just say he would be in the forest, in the jungles, in his sanctuary. He hid there long ago to stay out of sight of the evil, the dark master. Could go to him and possibly look for remnants of where the key could be. Or Name has only one friend or friend alive, sorcerer, 30 miles south of here, who might be able to help. So he lived in a tower, sorcerer in tower, or to jungles. Either way, some of mine own will go to the jungles because we must give Name warriors burial through fire.
Well,
So
perhaps we should go check out the sorcerer while you take care of Name, make sure he rests in peace.
this sounds like plan. And so does anybody else have anything to share or ask before Kothgar kind of goes back to tending to his wounded and his family and working?
I wish to trade with Kothgar.
Okay.
I have one of my daggers is a pretty fancy elven kukri knife, and I would like to trade it. I'm hoping that on his person he is carrying a knife made from one of the saber teeth of the cats that they ride. I would like to offer him an exchange of these daggers as a show of trust and of our joining in these trying times.
And so, as you hold it out, you can see down behind on his back there, kind of locked to his side is this blade, with that shape that lets you know it's made out of a tooth. And there's two of them at his side. And he looks, and he takes your blade and holds it. And he, give me an advantaged
persuasion check. No, do his. I think.
Uh-oh. 18.
18. And so, for a moment, he hesitates, looks back at you, just kind of smiles, pulls out that blade. You can see this ornamented, beautiful, crafted out of the tooth of one of their tigers. Even a couple of just kind of wrapped in this kind of dark black handle, and it's almost like it's been carved down, like it's all one piece and just kind of wrapped out of the one tooth. It's so long.
Beautiful. It's beautiful. I'm so into it.
Hands it over to you, and you take it, and he goes, "You protect Goddess, bring strength to Name's name now, Catmon."
I will. And I place the dagger next to my other dagger, which looks suspiciously like from the femur of a lizard folk.
Nice. So as this happens, he gives you a moment to yourselves, kind of walks off, and the night starts to kind of fade on. The fire burns out. You guys can continue on now in the opposite direction towards this tower. He kind of gives you some basic directions so that you could find it, or you can wait till there is light out. But I'll just leave it to you. What are the next steps? What would you guys like to do?
Well,
Onward.
I think we know where we need to go.
Onward.
Great.
All right. And so onward, as the party starts to move in the direction, it is. Do we want to take a quick break here, or do we want to do a little bit later?
I think Adam said something in the chat about taking a quick fiver.
Okay, yeah. Let's go ahead and do that. Everybody, take a quick 5, and then we'll come back to as you guys are traveling off to the tower.
Got it. So gonna go do a mid-show giveaway, ! Raffle to enter in that mid-show giveaway. We're gonna go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. See you guys soon.
Okay. Awesome.
right, hey everybody, we're back. It is I really enjoy the whole last segment of Malcolm's DMing as well as the party. I appreciate that you're still here with us. Many of us are here on the East Coast, so we're staying up late trying to entertain you guys. Appreciate you guys being with us. The generosity that you guys have shown, honestly, was unexpected, and I'm overwhelmed. I think the guys are as well. You guys have raised over $1,100 so far, and
Dang.
it's you're making a difference right now, and you're putting food on people's tables, and I hope that we're entertaining enough to make it worth it for you to keep staying up with us. And I mean, look, at this point, if you have extra money to give, that's great, and if you just want to watch these guys take home this awesome adventure, just kick back and watch these artists at work. So I'm going to shut up because I'm not offering much else. So Malcolm, back to you, my friend.
Thank you, Adam. All right, we'll just jump right back into it. Yeah, because I know it's late for some people, but thank you for being out there and watching, and thank you guys for being such like awesome characters. This is such awesome players. So I guess as we dive back into the story, the day rolls around, and our party prepares to head to this tower. When we last left them, they just learned from these Tiger Fang barbarians that they are keepers of the key to some degree, and that to get one step closer would probably be able to talk to this Name, this warrior who has passed, a friend of his who is a sorcerer. And so the party sets out, and before they do, they are approached by Kothgor, who says, "You are Tiger Fang now to all of you." And he always kind of like defers to Flinch, and he goes, "You take tigers." And so as he gives you 3 saber-tooth tigers to ride. These things are so big that you guys have to get together, but 2 of them, actually, you know what? He gives you all 1. He's like, you know what? It's willing. He's like, he goes, you will keep 3, but he's willing to give you the 5 for the journey so that you can all ride. So no one's piggybacking. No one has to sit on the back. So you all, these tigers kind of walk up, kind of growl, and get close to all of you. And he goes, They will listen. It may take time, but they will adjust to you." And so they kind of sniff. The one that walks up to Flinch. Flinch, you give me an advantage animal handling check.
15.
All right. So literally and so as this cat approaches, you like are immediately on the same level with the cat, and is there anything that you maybe do as it gets close and kind of looks at you, kind of like starts to purr?
I'm going to mimic what it does. So as it moves, I'm going to copy its moves, and just kind of like make sure that it's relaxed. I think I might actually, let's see here. I am going to cast Mage Hand as like a third hand, so that and the Mage Hand will kind of like pet its neck, the nape of the neck, and behind the ears, and kind of relax it as I'm face to face, and to kind of soothe it, get it used to me, and then I'm gonna jump on the back of this thing, and I'm ready to go.
So kind of it does this little thing, and it like kind of drops down and stretches, and immediately you like leap onto its back, kind of grits up, and it kind of lets out like a brief little roar to the other tigers. And the other tigers look, and then they look at you all, and then they approach everyone else, and everyone else can hop onto their tiger. Okay, thank you. So as you do this, as you like all leap on and kind of take off. Does anyone? So as actually, everyone, give me just an animal handling check, regular, just to see how your tiger's responding to you.
As
see if anybody's not doing.
As my tiger walks up to me, I'm just gonna look at it very unamused. I'm just gonna get real close to its face, and as a life cleric, I'm gonna basically like open up my hand and just cast like a cure wounds, and just like this beam of light just goes up and kind of wraps around the tiger, and it heals the tiger itself, and just like.
Yeah, and so if your tiger was probably from the battle the night before, from the ride, that animal's joints are maybe a little achy, and it feels so rejuvenated. It just looks at you, and it kind of gives you like a little lick, on the across the face, and it's that dry kind of sandpapery
That's
cat
nice.
lick.
Yeah. Okay.
And then yours just kind of like drops down so that you can get on it.
Walk up it.
He kind of walks on his back. So you don't have to check. You hop on yours. You're good. Anyone else like get anything really low for their animal check?
I mean, I'm definitely not like trying to like animal handle it. I'm actually more trying to intimidate it. So it sits there and growls and hunches down. I'm gonna sit down and growl and hunch down with it too.
Yeah, give me an intimidation check. Maybe you get because there's this one. Yours is this big like gray cat, long ears, and it kind of tries to tower up.
18.
So as you look at your cat, it kind of looks down on you, and sure enough, kind of walks up and kind of opens its mouth. Doesn't roar, but as big as it can. Kind of like stick, kind of drops up, like kind of pounces up, big, drops down, slams on the ground. What do you do in response?
Does it like show us a sign of submission, or it's just being kind of playful at the moment?
It's kind of being like playful, and it kind of like drops down. But it's trying to kind of show some power too, to show you that you get the feeling it's like I'm the strongest of this lot. You know.
I'm probably gonna mimic it, and when I hit down, do I want to do that? So one of my abilities being a juggernaut. I have demolition might, so when I attack objects or buildings or like the ground, my hands are like siege weapons, so I get like double damage.
Okay.
So I'm literally just gonna hit the ground hard as I kind of mimic the same thing, almost like a gorilla, like a gorilla, like just showing dominance and just slamming on the ground.
Yeah, and so as it slams down its paws into the dirt, you slam on yours. It leaps back and then goes into full-on submission. Like approaches you, doesn't lay down like the rest, but just kind of gives you a look and like drops its head for you to just kind of climb aboard.
I'm just gonna kind of look at him all intimidating, but like right when I get close, I'm gonna kind of soften. There you go. There you go. And then I'm gonna get on top and go.
Nice. And so climb on board. If anyone else doesn't want to add anything, you all like it on your cat.
I rolled a natural 20 for my cat.
Oh, jeez. So being the ranger, your like owl comes and like lands next to you, and you approach yours, and your cat is literally just like walks up to you, kind of looks at you really closely. These cats are all probably standing, on all fours, are almost 5 feet, almost, and kind of just starts to pace around you, and then just kind of snuggles up next to you, and like lines itself up beside you for you to hop on. Typerium.
Let's go, Posh.
And Steve, your cat is kind of looking at you.
Yeah, I got a 22.
Say that again.
For that.
Oh.
Did we lose him?
Oh, did we lose our DM? There it is.
Malcolm.
While Malcolm is resetting this, so we are at 1105. When we get to 1200, I will do another.
There we go.
You know what? If someone donates a dragon, I will do a Dungeons and Dragons book giveaway.
Ooh,
watch out!
That's
Chris.
what I'm throwing out there. I will give whoever donates a dragon a Dungeons and Dragons D&D book of their choice.
Whoa!
Throw that out there.
Oh.
All right.
Nice.
I got my eye on some books. I might do it myself.
Yeah.
Malcolm back. See here.
It was there for a minute.
Well, I got 22 on my roll, and before I hop on, I go with my. I got some safety tape, and I start taping off where the houses are all broken up and stuff, and make sure no one, is getting hurt in there.
Steve, hurry up. It's all right. They're going to be good.
Oh,
Don't worry about it.
Safety first. Mm-hmm.
Can you guys see me? Hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I don't see you, but we hear you.
We hear you. You are the voice of the goddess coming through.
God, I don't see you guys all.
Oh,
I
we
don't
see
know
you
what
now.
just happened.
We can see you. There we go.
Okay, and then I can't see any of you guys, but
Try sharing your screen and then unsharing it. See if that fixed the bug.
yeah, some of you are popping back now. And
They are coming through the portal back into your realm.
Don't you love technical difficulties? I love them so much.
Oh yeah. Anytime you do anything on the internet, they're bound to happen.
yeah. Oh my gosh,
Dragon,
and you all are sounding
being
really
summoned.
digital,
Right?
kind of distorted.
Did someone actually donate a dragon? Someone donated a dragon.
You
No,
did?
they didn't.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm being serious. They
As
put-
Oh
we
my
get
God,
down
Jim!
on our mouth.
Yo, man.
I want to start a fight.
Safety, Steve. Not playing it safe.
Jim, you're a rock star. Oh no.
We'll get Mal back here.
Yeah, we'll get Malcolm back.
You know.
So Adam, take it over. What are we doing next?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Here, well, I'll do what I do every day for my students. I just get them all in the virtual classroom for like 5 minutes, and I just tell dad jokes.
Nice.
And they're like,
Oh.
"God, you're so old."
So
Jeez,
that's what
like
you do
my
for a
da-"
living.
Yeah, I just tell dad jokes, and I fake that I understand pre-algebra. And what's hilarious is I never taught math before this year, so I'm a math teacher who's a social studies teacher by trade. And the principal hired me. He's a great guy, and he's like, "Oh yeah, you'll be able to figure out pre-algebra. It's not that bad. Just have a lot of patience and just." It's like, "Oh, okay." So yeah, I eventually dropped it to my students. They were like, "Oh yeah, do you like teaching math? Have you done it before?" I was like, "No." And they're like, "Wait, are you serious?" I was like, "Yeah. I'm just kind of figuring it out, just like you guys." Oh my God,
Nice.
I've never seen 12-year-olds lose faith in society so quickly.
Nice.
You just ruined
Oh
it.
man, I'm seeing Mal laughing, which means his camera's
I am back again. Yeah, so hopefully I
Nice.
can see you guys moving and everything. I was like, oh my
Nice.
god.
Yeah,
the
so
party. All right,
while you
shut
were
up.
gone, Jim donated a dragon because he obviously needs more books in his background.
Yeah.
Jim, you donated to drop the dragon in?
My bad. Yep.
It's not your bad. You did it on purpose.
What book don't you have? I'm looking at your.
That's what I was thinking.
I do. I am missing one.
Which one are you missing?
Accusations Incorporated.
Ah.
Well, you'd have it now.
Yeah.
You have it now.
Just to make sure I'm correct. So the dragon is in play.
He's in play. So the way we pitched it to everybody was
Oh,
at the
boy.
beginning of an encounter, the dragon is in play. So that way he does not come in midway.
Mid,
Just be like,
roll
yo,
call.
you're all down to like 20 health. Goodbye. Game over.
Nice. Okay, got it. Perfect. So we'll hop back in. The party is traveling, and as they travel with their new found or given companions, travel long and over this desert, and they end up coming to a place, a tower in the middle of this vast land. And the tower seems so out of place, like some of these other ruins. It seems almost otherworldly. And there are some stairs that kind of go around it towards the top. It is probably 4 maybe stories or so high. But there's part of it is ruined. It doesn't seem completely together, and parts kind of pieces jut out of it. The sand is kind of blowing a bit. You're all kind of hunkered down to block some of that. And as you move through, this is kind of what it looks like. And there's like a stairway going around that rocky formation that is kind of built into the side of this natural rock formation as you kind of go up. And as you approach it, towards the top, there's a landing area and a small, like this, doorway formed in the rock that leads to the tower. And it's kind of a double doors, and it's completely flat, and there don't appear to be any handles or hinges on it. How would you guys like to proceed?
Are we supposed to climb this?
I could throw you.
You could. That'd probably
That's not
work.
safe.
Now, what do you know?
No safety.
That's a
That's
good
all he
point.
knows.
So there appears to be like a natural like step formation to winding around it towards the top. If you were to just take that, or
Yeah, let's go that way.
Yes.
so as you guys
Should we-
climb,
Should we leave the kitties?
within a few moments you arrive at this little landing towards the top area of it, and there at the top there is a doorway, and as you kind of move into this or open this into this room space, before, like as you even get closer to the door, before you can even touch or investigate, it slides open, and there's a as it locks away. Strangest thing you've ever seen. There's a dark room, but in that room it still looks almost very like your world that you're used to. There would be books lining tons of these shelves. The place, it has a funky smell to it, like it hasn't been entered in a very long time, and it is kind of empty. It's not empty, but open air, and around the room are these ton of like desks and chairs, and a bit of cobwebs even on some of the things. A little bit of light peering through small little windows that surround the room. The room itself is probably only 5 by 20 feet, but there's another door across the hall that maybe leads deeper inside. How do you guys approach and what do you like to do?
Are you guys good in the dark, or should I light this place up? I personally can't see shit.
The mistress has given me sight, but perhaps if the rest of you don't have it, then light is best.
I can never tell if he's joking or not.
My orc mother gave me dark vision, but I'm good with light as well.
Yeah, so you can see pretty clearly as you guys light in, you kind of walk into this room that looks like it may not have been lived in for some time now. And just even as you do, there's like a little desk like over to the side, and from like a little crystal ball sitting on the desk, suddenly a light begins to flutter, starts to glow green, and then out like a light starts to like move around the room, and it hovers towards the center, and it begins to form. And as it forms into a figure, a humanoid figure, it's like a bluish glow to it. Its eyes open, deep and yellow. It grabs something really quick and it drapes this red cloak over it, and its hand flings out and a hat drops in over its brow. And it goes, all right. Who are you? Oh, sorry, I was sleeping. No one's been here for quite a while.
Who are you?
Interesting bunch. Oh, kind of like, and he's always like a foot off the ground, this figure, he or it. His face shrouded, kind of this cloak draped over blue kind of across his face. He goes, I'm Sakros. I am, this was my library. I'm sorry, I tend to put myself into these. I haven't had much to do for a long time, so I put myself into kind of my kind. We can kind of hibernate. I am a Trollian. I've introduced myself, and who are you? You clearly aren't here to steal anything, because I don't have much to take, and most of my spells are pretty dusty. And he kind of looks around, but yeah, who am I have the pleasure of meeting?
Lynch steps forward boldly with a flourish. I am Flinch at nothing. This band of travelers is in search of the mistress and a key.
A key? What is this key? You are a follower of the mistress. And then I take it you've left your tigers outside, but he kind of looks over. Sakura notice. He goes, "Oh,
Reluctantly left them outside. Yes.
you are from the tiger thing. Then clearly pull up a chair. I haven't had anyone to talk to for so long. I'm so excited." And he kind of fluffs around, and he goes, I take it then maybe the goddess sent you. So yes. Are you going to be helping Name, I guess, keep the key away from? I guess, it's always evil that, most of the dark masters are all gone, and there hasn't been anyone around for a long time. So please tell me why she sent you. I'm so curious.
Listen, Socro, enthusiasm is my middle name, clearly.
Oh.
But your friend Name, I hate to tell you this, but he's passed.
No.
But we are indeed looking for the key of the Grey King, and your friend Kothgar said that you could help us out.
Name's gone. I take it wasn't battle that did it. There's been the Lord Osius hasn't been around for long. He was defeated, so... How long? Oh my gosh, let me check and he kind of goes over and opens a book. It looks like a little, journal. Last time he went to... Oh, I overslept. I was supposed to wake up for his birthday and at least say... Humans. I'm sure it was old age. Hopefully. It goes, he was a great warrior. Did a lot for this land after the Great Wars. And I always liked being at his side. Put me in a lot of danger. I take it you're here to take up the mantle. Maybe. So you're looking for the key.
Yes.
Good enough. Well, give me. So as he kind of looks around and kind of looks at you, he looks around the room and he goes, "Before I tell you more, I must make sure you're who you say you are and you're worthy." And he looks, and there's a shield in the corner of the room, kind of dusty. It's a silver shield, and it has a crossbar on it. It has some weird kind of runes on it. Silver plated. It looks like it's been through heavy battle. And he kind of mage hands it, starts to glow blue as it floats up to the center of the room. And he goes, one of you, let's see if one of you can hold this shield. If you can't, then I'm sure the goddess did not send you, because this is a goddess-oriented weapon. And so he kind of floats it and drops it on the floor and goes, "Cling!" with a loud thud. And he goes, "If one of you can lift it, then we'll talk."
Billy just looks at Steve and he's like, Really? I'm 2.5 feet tall.
Billy, go on. You can do it.
Use your back when you lift.
He begrudgingly walks up and tries to lift it up.
And so Billy, describe how you try. He just kind of grabs it on the side and tries to lift it.
So Billy takes his glasses off. All right, here we go.
Billy, give me an insight check.
All right. Oh, that's not good. I'm gonna save that inspiration dice. Insight +7, so that's gonna be a 13.
13. So you look at the shield, and then like I said, you do the little thing with your glasses. You bend down. Give me a strength check.
We're great at these.
Or an app. It could be. Yeah, just straight strength.
2. That's a dirty 1. 2 minus 1.
So you see the little gnome no, not you.
I've got bunions. Hey, it really hindered me sometimes.
Oh, you're disgusting.
Most appropriate role ever.
Yeah.
Would one of you else like to try?
Viago, I believe that you might be the strongest of us all. Perhaps
he's big and strong.
You should try.
I don't use shields though. Bucket.
The Trolin floats around you.
All right. Viago goes and tries to pick it up.
Give me an insight check.
Insight check. 17.
All right. So, Viago kind of go and you look at it, and as you bend down, there's something about it, even just the way the small gnome pulled on it. It didn't seem to have the normal weight of a shield, and so you think for a moment, maybe just maybe, you could just try strength, but maybe there's something else. Maybe there's another type of strength that lifts it. Is there another type of attribute that you'd like to use to try to lift the shield?
Oh, Viago. Oh, Viago.
You can just pick one if you tell me which one you would probably.
I am. Viago, since he's kind of cocky, he's just going to look at it, think that it should be, ain't no thing, and he's actually gonna. Is the shield's upside down, right? The handle's on the top, so the round is
yes.
The round is on the ground. Viago is gonna use athletics. I'm gonna step on the shield to try to flip it up and catch it.
Make your athletics check, okay?
Ooh, a 19 plus 9, 28.
And so 28. So you get a good grip, like, you kick it, and it kind of moves up, and as it kicks up, he grabs it, and you see this huge orc just get slung to the ground as it slams back on the ground. And Sakura kind of giggles a bit. He's like, shit, and you realize it's not budging. Didn't choose you.
You know, it's funny. If I was raging, I can't be knocked prone. So I wonder if that would work. No, okay. So
it doesn't knock you over. It just pulls it back down to the ground. Kind of like whips your arm back down. You're like, you kind of like almost like a weight that was too heavy.
Barbarian, I want to rage.
Yeah.
I didn't want it anyway.
I'll step up with your knees, and I'll try to.
So now I'm imagining that. So it won't make you make an insight check anymore, but just, or unless we kind of imagine that. Sakros even maybe says something. You kind of Yago kind of giving everyone the gist that clearly you all were looking at it. He should have been able to pick it up. You start to feel the goddess kind of stir in you, Steve, and she says, "Deep within yourself, Steve, choose a different trait. Lift with, and then that's like eludes you. Lift with." And so, what would you like to? What trait or stat would you try to try?
I'm gonna cast guidance on Steve as he walks up to the shield.
Nice. And guidance gives him again
a D4.
There you go.
You got this, Steve.
So, Steve, I'll give you an advantage because of the guidance as well. I'll give you and the goddess, I'll give you an advantage and one advantage insight check.
Okay, I will go with Arcana.
Okay, so no, before you do the Arcana, give me an advantage insight check.
Oh, insight. 17.
So as you bend down, you're about to try your magical fortitude, maybe thinking, maybe magic does this. Maybe you need some kind of skill. You're kind of thinking back to what you've learned in the woods and your fathers talked about it, and you're like, there's got to be some safe way to pick this up, and then it just, you kind of calm for a second as you realize it's not a skill that you have, but a trait. And it's kind of innately, it's wisdom. And so I'd like you to make a wisdom check.
Yeah, that's not me. I got negatives wisdom.
16.
And so as you guys watch him kind of think for a second, this orc in his, looking like a lumberjack with this little wooden helmet, bends down, lifts, slowly but surely, and slowly the shield becomes lighter and lighter until you're able to hold it up. And at that moment, just enough of the light shines through the room, kind of hits, boom, and casts like a light that cascades over everything. And you now, he says in Trallin, the Trallin is his race, but this sort of floating sorcerer, he's got like a bluish skin. He says, it has chosen you. And so you've received the shield. Let me give you a little bit more information on it. This shield Trollan says, was owned by the Grey King. He is the king who established the fortress during the Great Wars. It gives you +3 to your AC, which is great. And you can auto pass 1 saving throw per day.
Oh.
So
Awesome.
And so you have the shield now, and as you're holding it, you kind of feel this bit of power kind of running through you. He said, Name used to hold that shield. So, this key that you're all speaking of, he goes, Steve, can you turn the shield towards the light on the, and, towards the front side of it? And so as you do, from that light shining through, it starts to glow, and the little glyphs on it form what appears to be a map. And it, and as the light hits it, it kind of, all those lights form in the center, like glowing off of it, and it forms a light that shoots out of the window that heads directly north. And she goes, well, I think you have found your answer, says the Traveler. But I can also help with any other information, or is there anything else I can do? But you must be a great party for the shield to accept you.
Well, Steve is.
I'll pat Bill and say, with my knees.
And he looks over at Billy. He goes, no hard feelings. I could never lift it.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's just like that, His eyes kind of glow and he darts around. What about you? What is this? You all seem to seek something. He looks over and he looks at the elf. You seem to be quiet. Can I help you in any way?
What is it that she wants in return for the key?
If she wants you to bring the key, it means that the fortress must be opened once again, which means that dark times are brooding. It means that the Dark Master, Osius, death, but that could be possible. He died. We saw Name kill him. They fought in this grand battle over the mountain, the mountain of serpents. I saw him fall in, and this can't be possible. And so he goes, but yes, I will say the goddess she is just. She is a keeper of. She protects what little life is left on this planet. But I would say to get the key, it is time that you head to where the shield takes you. Hopefully you will find there where it takes you both parts. I will tell you this, the key comes in 2 halves. Locked together, they open the fortress.
Looks like we continue our journey.
Don't be so solemn. It should be a good day. You've all done. Hopefully, you will be saviors soon, maybe. Or you'll just end up, dead like others that have come before. But, hey.
Our mistress guides us. We have no fear of the future.
I like his attitude. You guys should all adopt it. And he goes, you know what? If there's what I might be able to do, and he says, can I help you guys? And he digs through some stuff. And he goes, I have one of these. I've been using them all. Hopefully it hasn't gone bad. Potion of greater healing. And he kind of hands it over to whoever's willing to take it.
No.
Go ahead and take it, Viago. I got Granny looking after me, so I'm safe. Don't worry about it.
So he tells you, I will tell you this, that your journey north, it gets the terrain gets treacherous. It will not be easy. So prepare for it. Just be ready, so that when you arrive at the fortress, you'll need to arrive alive. He goes, if I can't help you any longer, I'm going to go back to taking a long nap.
Yeah, 'cause you're awake for so long.
Don't make me seem lazy at all. It's just, I mean, there's not much to do, and I mean, I could accompany you, but I would be putting myself in a lot of danger. I'm not sure that that's what I want these days.
I don't
We
believe
appreciate
that.
the vote of confidence.
I don't think that is your job here, Sakros. So, thank you for your guidance and for outfitting our friend Steve here more safely.
Thank you for the souvenir. Nice. Slip him a business card.
So as he bows, his little hat kind of falls off. And he goes, oops, and as his bat falls off, he kind of transforms into energy. Whoop, whoop, whoop. He kind of zips around the room and kind of like goes back into that crystal ball. Now, for our journey north, kind of break, metagaming here a little bit and kind of dropping back, I am going to treat it as a montage of sorts, right? Traveling north. And so it's going to be a bit of a skill challenge with you all enduring the journey that is north. So what I'll do is I want to keep it open for you guys to really be creative about how you maybe approach this journey and the type of skills that you use. My only rule is that the skill that you're going to use, you should be proficient in, unless all the party runs out of all options. But for example, as you guys, before we leave Sakros's lair and begin that journey, am I leaving anything else on the table? Is there anything else you guys want to do or talk or say to each other? No? Okay.
Good.
Good. And so, as the party travels, where was I finding myself here? Somehow. Oh no. Okay. So, as you essentially begin this journey, traveling off through the wasteland, using the shield to find your way, you realize that the journey is going to take you through the jungle. So you end up kind of tracking back the opposite way for almost another 8 hours, passing the area of the Tiger Fang. And as you approach late in the day, you enter into the jungles. The atmosphere changes. It becomes more lush and vibrant. Giant plants like you've never seen before. Plants that live and kind of move from time to time. Giant bugs sweep overhead. Some of these things you've seen before, but this lush environment is just grand. And as you journey, the first check can be to get you one step closer to your journey. Can be anything from survival. It could be perception. It could be an investigation. It could be some kind of feat that you need to pull off. But as you journey, turning it over to one of you, let's say, for example, if it was just starting, if it was the survival, who would like to make that check? And then what would you like to do to lead your party appropriately?
You said survival, though?
Yes.
Got it. Are we walking or are we still on the cats?
You still have your cats.
Got
it. So you actually make there probably in double time. So you make it within 4 hours. So it's still getting later in the day since the travel earlier on. You get to the woods right around the evening time.
I'm proficient in survival.
I'm very proficient in survival.
Oh yeah, the ranger. Yeah, definitely the ranger.
The ranger.
Yep. Take it away, ranger.
So you're, and let me give you advantage because is this one of your lands that you'd be good at?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so I'll give you advantage on your check.
$17.
All right, and so as you travel, you are guiding the group in such a way that they are dead on course, right? Traveling over at some point you find yourself, on course and setting up, a place to stay for the night. Typerion, is there anything you want to add to being a ranger? Add to this for us. But you have succeeded so far. You are on course.
at this point, I can see that the direction we're going is due north, but my ranger sensibilities of survival is telling me that it's not north like we normally would be in north, like in our normal lands for northeast and west. It feels like a different direction. Something's telling me to go a certain direction that doesn't seem to correspond to the directions of the compass.
It's almost like so like it seems like you're on course, but to you this would not be the normal direction of like where you're from. And so on that next day, as you all pick up traveling through this dark forest, you find an area where you come up over like a ridge where you have to cross this large expansive bridge. It's a giant tree that has fallen, that has created a bridge between two rocky sides of this overgrowth mountainous area. And as you travel over it, the tree kind of begins to slip and break right as you guys are all in the middle. What do you do to escape and get off and continue the journey safely?
Oof.
Anyone?
Anybody?
Great question.
You know what?
Uh-oh.
I could use acrobatics perhaps and be able to like kind of climb up over it and drag rope with me, so that way everybody we'd have to leave the cats behind, but we could move onward.
So as this tree starts to kind of like looms to the side, it starts to slip. You guys are on the catch across. It's a giant bridge of a tree, and it slips, and there's down in the cavern, in this crevice below, water kind of runs, and you start to feel it. And so you could do that and maybe send the cats just scatter away, or send the cats backwards, as that's what you're saying, and then you're taking everyone and trying this. What would you?
That's kind of my
Maybe
idea.
Just like major heroics here. So like, what could you do? A check that you could do, and then how does it maybe supporting the entire party, making it across in some way? And you guys can all kind of chime into it. It'll just be your check, right? So
I would like to, I'd like to do my acrobatics using my feline agility to basically like double up my speed and everything fast enough to leap off my mount and be able to kind of like throw out ropes while climbing up this falling tree fast enough to be able to secure it to something on the other side. That's what I like. I'm going to try and outrace the falling tree and try and at least save all of us. Hopefully, if the cats can make it, that'd be great. But otherwise, I want to try and make sure that the 5 of us make it to the other side.
Would I be able to try to hold the tree or hold the rope to assist him with this?
Yes. So you can give him an aid. Why don't you give me the check, and then if you pass whatever you're going to do, I'll give you advantage on the check. So how would you like to do that? How would Viago? You're going to try to hold you said the tree?
So we're on the tree bridge, right? And the tree bridge is starting to go?
Starting to go. It's like breaking away from the other side, starting to kind of slip and roll, eventually to tumble off into the abyss. And it's large enough to hold all of you. So it's a mad dash. Either you guys need to get across or find a way, like I said, if he's going to like create a rope where if it does collapse, you can all swing across to the other side, something like that. If you could do something strength-wise that might be holding on to other party members or I don't know how you would stop the tree necessarily.
Log roll. Start trying to run on it and try to roll it the other way.
Or if you were made a check and got to the other side, maybe you could just grab it and try to hold on to it, keep it from kind of pivoting that way.
I think my way to just assist right now, realistically, I'm just gonna pick up Bill.
Pick up Bill?
Yeah, and book it as fast as I can.
All right, so you just start booking it across, and as he starts booking across, there are flinch. You grab this rope, and everyone is still running, right, trying to get there, and you may not get it in time, so you sling this rope, hopefully, so it gets across. Your cats are running and like digging their claws into all sides, like running across it as it moves. Give me your, you said acrobatics?
Yes.
Or is it gonna? Yep. Give me your acrobatics rope.
Oh, Diago, watch where you put your hand.
I am watching.
Just buy me a drink first.
26. Glad I put that as one of my favorite high ones. 26.
Nice. So as it starts to slip away, you're able to loop the like almost like a grappling style this rope around a tree on the other side, and it hooks. And as it hooks, there's one person next to you that you're able to kind of grab or hold of and push off. And as you do that, as you're running, I want to go back to Viago. You grab Billy. Give me an advantaged athletics check.
Well, that sucks. And ooh, that's good. 26.
Nice. And so literally as this thing begins to break away, the tree begins to fall, all of you slowly starting to lose grasp. Viago, imagine you're just pushing forward. You grab Billy, but you also push some of the other parties, and with strength, just kind of as it drops away, you kind of push off it'd probably be like Adarion as he flies forward. Billy's on your shoulder, and then you kind of like give Steve a good kick as he just makes the cross as this tree begins to fall from under your feet. As this happens, Vigo, as you begin to like lose your footing and realize you're going to go down into this abyss, Finch, you're swinging by. You able to grab you.
Yes,
you
that is exactly right.
into him and come pulling him across, and you kind of make it by hair your teeth. You guys have succeeded twice now, and the journey goes on. And so as you go on, and you kind of like time kind of continues to fade and pass, it starts to get cold as you get from the jungles into the base of this large mountain and start to work your way up it. And as you come around another bend, you're able to see some of the sights of this world that are just here now. And so you see like a mountain, and across, like you're traveling on this thin little edge. It's gotten cold. It's starting to get brutal on you, but you all have been pushing through. Your rations are still holding on. A little bit of water you have in whatever goat sack you've been kind of able to sip on. That stuff is even starting to freeze at this point. It's getting so cold. But across on this mountain, you can see remnants of this war, like almost like Titanic, like godlike battles, in that there's this giant skeleton, almost as the mountain itself, with a large sword smashed through it. Just a remnant of something that has come and gone. And as you continue to travel, either would anyone like to maybe give me something that happens on this journey for the next check, or I'll tell you what happens.
When Viago sees that sword, he's going to look at his axe and look at the sword.
Yeah.
That's a little bit out of your pay grade, buddy. So if you'll allow this, that, like, after that whole bridge incident, I imagine we took a minute to like collect our thoughts. I would have flipped open my book, and like there's a section in the back, and then I just say to myself,
all right, I know I promised I would never call upon you, Granddad, but please, if you could aid us just this one time throughout the rest of his journey, in case these idiots try to get me killed once again, please.
Nice.
And do a religion check to give me aid through my ancestors.
Awesome. I'll take that. So let's do that.
Right. So maybe like prevent anything. That's good. That is going to be a 23.
Awesome. And so you, shortly after that, you had made that prayer, right? And you had asked your granddad to kind of protect you and kind of watch on the side for you. And so traveling on through this cold, now it's like, days have gone by from that, and now you're on this cold mountain, and you're all kind of stop in awe of what you've seen, but you continue on traveling down another path. It is literally Billy, who is there for a moment with his glasses, who at one point tells Viago, here sitting on his shoulder, kind of you think about your something the way your grandfather would say it. He's like, clearly tells him not to step right there, and the minute you kind of tap his shoulder and stop him, that entire area of the shelf wall on the side of the mountain kind of collapses away and avalanches all the way down. The only thing left being, now that it's there, is you all have to scale the wall. Unless you can fly or take it some other way, you'd have to kind of scale your way across to the other side. But that aid prevented you from all possibly falling to your death. Who
Just
would
like
like
slap Viago's cheek and say,
Quit looking at the sword, damn it. Your axe is fine.
So you have made 3 checks. You guys are close, and actually, no, I'm going to bypass it. You guys actually, because of that check, you all successfully make it across, climbing across, continuing on, and through those. The last check. This is the last one you need to make as you continue to climb and to make your way on. Over the next couple days, you find your way across this. Go back. You find your way just doing this cold, ancient, like snowy path, and it's almost like you're fighting a blizzard. And through here, I want someone wants to make a check to make the final check to maybe explain how you guys push through with this fortitude. So far, you've taken no fails and no exhaustion. I mean, you're feeling it, but you're still able to. There's like a resolve that you have. Is anyone who wants to make that? Anyone want to like add some flair to that, or I'll tell you.
I need strength to get through this.
So Tiperium says strength. Is there a type of check that Tiperium might want to make to
I look to Viago.
Can I do a second check?
Has Viago? Well, he's actually. You made a save. You made a check before, but you haven't made one that counts towards the successes. So yes, you can.
So yeah, I'm gonna try to just assist the group and kind of use my sheer size and strength to help push us through.
Nice. And so at this point where everyone starts to feel tired and cold, and you know, literally almost starting to frostbite at some point, everyone kind of like hunkers down and goes to a place in their head, and Viago steps towards the front and kind of shields everyone with his wide stance, and you all start to kind of push through. Everyone kind of lines up in a line, walking through that blizzard with him shielding you, with you being so cold. I'm going to allow you to make the final check, but this final check could be very brutal on you, Viago, as it could give you 2 levels of exhaustion if you fail.
Flinch. If Flinch sees that Viago is starting to fade in power, he will move in front and use Korth, his shield, to protect Viago. And I think he's going to be light enough for Viago to kind of hold in front of him and just
I'm gonna pick you up as my shield.
Yeah,
I'm a sucker for all this, so I'm going to give Viago advantage because the advantage counts for him willing to come in at the last minute and help.
What kind of check?
Let's make it a just a straight up athletics strength. To me, it's like you're just kind of holding them.
Highest of the 2, that is 28.
Jesus, you guys. And so, like true heroes, I mean, in this world at this point, you guys are almost like walking gods across this landscape, and you have every right to be in the presence of the fortress itself, the fortress of the Great King. And so as you make your final way along this kind of battered natural bridge, on the other side, beyond these rocks, you see this magnificent sight. And there it is as it stands and lies before you, and all of its great glory is the castle. A ruin, and you can see like some kind of strange bird like bat things kind of hover off and like take off from it. It is cold and brutal stone structure from the outside, and as you get close, even within 400 feet of like, now what you do see is you guys are somewhere down here, like on this little path. If you see in the image here, I keep actually moving forward, and then up towards this top, there's like a stairs that lead up, and it's almost like what would have been a moat there. There's a huge crevice that goes drops off 1,000 feet below, and what should be a drawbridge on the other side, you don't see. It looks like a sheer wall under the mouth of the skull. So I'll give you guys a moment to take in the surroundings and decide what you would like to do here. So you guys have made it successfully to the fortress. What do you guys do as you approach?
Guys, perhaps we should prepare a bit. You know, maybe drink some buffing spells or potions or, you know, things along those lines, because I've got a feeling that whoever's here isn't going to like us too much.
I'm getting antsy. I haven't fought anything in a while.
It's been a couple days.
Do whatever you gotta do. Let's go.
And as you guys are talking, you notice, Steve, your shield is starting to glow. Like you took a couple steps towards it, and as it kind of lights up, and there towards the top of those stairs across there's a huge gap where the drawbridge should probably be a good 40 feet that come down to that ledge there. You notice that you're kind of drawn towards that point, but you don't have to go. But it's almost like the shield kind of shakes a bit when moving in that direction. And
I'm gonna go ahead and cast Bless on Viago, Steve, and Flinch. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'll do it at second level, and I'll do Viago, Steve, Flinch, and Typerion.
Okay, so casting Bless, so Steve, Viago.
So all of you guys have a D4, which is saving throws and attack throws.
Nice.
Thank you. How do you do it, Bill?
Yeah, so, guys, gather around. So I'm not going to sugarcoat this. We're probably going to die. So, here's a little bit of, holy water that I can do. Might have gotten mixed with my cat's urine, but, it'll probably work.
And I'll, go around and flick, cat pee water on everybody as I give them Bless.
It doesn't bother Flinch at all.
No,
Flinch is like, yes.
You're always throwing cat piss on us.
Listen, I'm sorry. That's what I got.
So as he says that, I mean, does anybody think that's strange that Billy's like, we're all going to probably die here?
I completely agree with you, Billy. Looking up at this is not up to code. This is not safe.
This is not okay.
Oh my god.
Flinch, why? Why, Flinch, why? Why are we here? Oh my god. Let's go. Let's do this.
We're here because the goddess requires us to be here. And Sokros gave us as much as he could, and we must move forward.
I'm here to get what's coming to me, and I intend to get it. Let's go.
And even as you are, kind of saying these and having these moments, suddenly there's a shifting. Like suddenly your shield is glowing to the point, Steve, where you can no longer really listen to it, and you can see a light, an orb around where the top of that staircase is. Is just starts to hover, a blue orb, and it flies towards you. And as it comes towards you and it gets close to the shield, it slams against the shield. Huge blast of light blinds everyone for a second, and then suddenly what drops into the snow right there, cling, is a sword, a beautiful silver blade.
I've seen that happen before.
This place isn't safe.
Does anyone try to mess with it, or?
I'll walk up to it and take a look at it. Or I don't touch it. I just want to investigate it. I just want to look closer at it.
Look at it. Huh. Not sure what to make of it.
How big is it? Like great sword, long sword?
Yeah.
It's a great sword. It's a great sword, but also it large sword that also counts like it's long enough to be a good long sword. Somebody was pretty powerful, was able to wield this at one time.
Billy just stares at Viago.
Yeah. Well, get your rocks off. Come on.
Viago turns.
He's like, you want to.
I think this is yours.
If someone will watch my back with Korth, I might have something to help with this. And I will kneel over the blade, put my hands upon it, close my eyes, and runes pour out of like around my head, down my palms to the blade as I touch it, and surround the blade, and I cast Identify.
So as you
That's
cast,
cool.
nice, that's really cool. So as Finch does this, you cast Identify, and as you look at this blade and its handle and everything, you notice you hear your mistress, and almost in your ear, she goes, "Yes, Finch, that is the key."
Oh.
Ooh.
And she says, "You or one of your party is worthy to wield it. It could be you. But your party, you choose. You choose who. I think you are all worthy, but the sword will choose one of you."
Fuck off, Iago.
You say fuck off, Iago, or
This is for Flinch.
Am I the only one that hears this, or is this kind of?
You're the only one that hears it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you can share with the party at that point. And
I think I'm not going to say a word. I'm going to grab the handle of the sword, flip it up in the air with a flourish, kind of like toss it behind my back and catch it, and then lay it in front of Viago.
Nice.
The mistress has said that we are worthy of this key.
Sure.
You will be the one to bear it.
Let's give the cursed item to the barbarian. Sounds great. All right.
So I'll grab it.
This is a gift from our mistress.
Nice.
Well, once he says key, then my mind shifts, and then I grab
it. Yeah. So as you grab the hilt of it, Viago, you feel this, it like lightning kind of starts to roll. You feel almost like you're getting electrocuted at first, but it stabilizes. And you're able to hold this thing and channel its power, and it naturally makes you want to almost like hold it upward. And you all see it kind of like ripple across him for a second, and suddenly it settles. The power settles on you, and you now have possession of this key. Now, before you can even kind of really come to terms with what kind of power it has, suddenly you hear it's like a slow clapping, from and there's a tower up, for one of the towers on the sides of this castle. You hear a woman's voice, and she goes, we knew if we camped out here long enough, you would come and get us exactly what we needed. So you're not Name, so turn over the sword." And so at that point, we will go ahead and give you a good look of what your current...
Guys, I feel like He-Man right now. I'm just going to put that out there.
Right? Picture's perfect.
Power.
Yeah.
I like to think that like Billy would recognize that Flinch was having a moment, like with this god he was speaking to him, and as he handed over the sword, like Billy went up to like pat Flint on the back because he's so short, he just ended up like smacking his ass.
Good game.
My tail
Good
twitches.
Game.
Oh, sorry.
It was appreciated.
Oh, I love it.
All right.
Guys, I'm probably going to
my
fight you.
God.
I'm just going to put that out there. I'm probably fighting you guys.
Yeah. Can we give it up for Malcolm with these descriptions, though? Come on.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you guys are all somewhere around. So if you can, I know it's tough to see, but if you want to pin the board, you can click and pin that so that it becomes bigger for you all. I'm going to pin it too.
Nice.
And so you can see there that wherever there's white and that gray structure, that's all kind of part of where you can stand and move. But even on this side, imagine all of this is part of the mountain. The only part that is literally a crevice here, where literally is the drop off, is all of that. So there's a space there where you can't quite cross. There is. You suddenly see a figure standing over here. He appears to be kind of blue, palish, gray-skinned figure, mostly constructed of robotic, almost like parts on one side of his body. His arm it constantly moves in like in these gyro gears, and a blade comes out, and goes back in, blade out, blade in, and he's got just a nasty overbite of just a metal, jagged jaw. And the woman who claps is standing up in this, very curvaceous, beautiful female with kind of just shrouded in like a wispy, kind of almost like silky shrouds and a headpiece around her. And she stands. She said, "You killed the beast, but we should be a little bit more competition per se for you all. So hand over the blade. We'll take the shield too, and you can move on."
And where are we at right now?
Oh, and I'm gonna put, you guys are all right down here, and let me actually put everyone on the board here. Yeah, we probably need that, huh? We're gonna have this is where Finch is. This is kind of put everybody in an earshot.
And this voice is coming from her up on the
It's
ledge.
coming from her, and she's up on the ledge up here, which I should probably put her up there.
Right.
And what did she say?
She's pretty much just demanding that you hand over the sword.
So I'm not attuned to this, so I can't actually use it, or...
Oh, no, you can. I'm going to give you...
Okay. All the goodies.
It's magic, Chris. Come on.
You guys are so powered up. All right. And
I'd like to say something to her.
Go for it.
Bitch, I've come too far, and this has been too long to just hand over this stuff to you. Come down here and get it.
She says... Go ahead.
She said, meanwhile, Billy's thinking like, oh, simple request. All right, fair enough.
Oh, here you go.
So she goes, "I will happily oblige you." And she goes, and she kind of raises her hands to the sky, and she starts to call out, "Doc!" She says, "Oh, yes, send them the dragon!"
Okay.
Thanks, Jim.
I'd forgotten about that.
Damn it, Jim.
So suddenly, out of the skies, these rolling clouds, you hear this from off in the distance.
Oh no!
Suddenly, like even some lightning kind of crackles. Can someone give me a perception check? Whoever's like the best in the party, perception check. As these rolling clouds kind of loom in around you.
I got a 12.
That'd be Jim probably, but let's give him disadvantage because he's a dick and brought this upon us in the first place.
When you all hear this dragon, you see the biggest smile in Viago's life. You're like, yeah.
Well, I got nat 1 for perception, so.
Right.
You got nat 1 for perception?
Yeah.
Okay. So no one sees anything but these dark clouds, and as the lightning blasts off, you see a silhouette kind of coming down, and as it circles around, it lands right actually down. We all can. We want to be able to see it. So it's just...
Yeah, Malcolm, you're sharing your screen too. I'm not sure if you're wanting to.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. Yeah. There we go. Okay. So it kind of lands and crunches a bunch of like rubble and debris, kind of break away, flaps its large wings.
Yeah.
Roll initiative, guys.
Yes.
So, question: If I donate $100 right now, can we get like a gold dragon to fly in and save our ass?
I'm sure that's possible.
You can certainly try.
All right, I'm doing it.
You do it, you might get a second green dragon. All right.
Jesus.
And so if it hasn't already made itself clear now, you have killed one of these minions there so far, of whoever these people are. But slowly they start to appear with this dragon. This is the sorceress above, or this mage-like character. The other character with the strange jaw standing on the tower over, and then even from out of the snow bursts. He's probably on the other side of this, standing in this doorway over here, is a fish-looking aquatic man creature. And so
That one's
with that, our final battle.
Oh my god, these guys look scary as shit.
So I mean, is it clear we're all in? It's He-Man. It's full on. You guys.
Yeah.
It's full on Masters of the Universe.
God, I love it so much.
I love it. I love it.
It's awesome.
All right, so
I'm Dolph right now. Let's go.
Kick it off. Is my music too loud? Is it?
I don't hear it right now.
Yeah, it keeps going in and out.
Oh, that's weird. Okay, got it. All right, well, I'll bring it down then.
Like I hear it for a minute and then it goes away.
And then it drops away. That's weird. Okay. We won't worry too much about that as we try to kick off into our fight.
It's okay. I like the sound of silence, especially Disturbed's version.
Of silence.
All right, so here we go. Moving into this. So at the top, it asks me, Steve, what you got?
8.
Flinch.
I'm at 15.
15. All right. Okay. Billy?
Yeah, that's going to be a classic cleric initiative of a 3.
All right. Typerium.
9.
9. All right. Viago.
19.
19. All right. Auto roll for these guys. All right. So, kicking off the top of the round, I have, and we can like put it in the, if we go through one round, as we put them in, maybe Flinch, you want to maybe put each person in so that everyone can see it in the chat then after the first round. So we'll kick off with Viago.
Okay. What does the sword do?
Oh, yes, the sword. I never got back to you on that, did I?
It has the power of Grayskull.
Right?
Fuck yeah. Enlarge, reduce. Enlarge, reduce.
Yeah,
enlarge, reduce. Like I need to be any bigger.
All right, so right now it is not fully powered.
Okay.
So, but it is a +3 to strike with, and it is magical. And it in addition to the slashing damage, it also deals radiant damage. But it's just like it on its weaker side, for whatever reason. Maybe it's just tuning to you now, but yeah, you got that.
So it's just a regular greatsword +3 greatsword, and it does. What's the extra radiant?
Extra does radiant damage as well in addition. So whatever, just does two types of damage, both piercing and radiant. It doesn't add any extra just when you roll. So if there was something that was like immune to piercing, it would cut it with the radiant damage. If that makes sense.
Kind of. So what damage am I rolling then? That was.
Oh, so for the same damage you'd roll for a great sword, which would be, if you want to pull it up fast.
2d6.
2d6.
2d6. Yeah.
So then it's 4d6, because it's piercing and radiant, or.
It's just 2d6 dealing both of those types of damage. So
got it.
If the creature was immune to piercing, it would take the radiant damage. Yeah.
Cool.
But I guess that's already magical, so I guess that would. Yeah. Let's make it an extra d6 of radiant damage. So make it 3d6.
3d6. Got it.
Good?
Write that down.
Let's do that.
3d6. Got it. Wow. All right. So, can I reach the dragon?
So yes, where you are at. So it would be a bit of a. There's no stairs, and it's like these ruins here. So you would kind of have to climb up here and spend some time, unless you can just leap up there and get the attack. You could get to him. I imagine it takes. You could get there. So it would just be using. That's like it's a difficult terrain as you climb up.
Okay.
I just don't know if by the time you made it there in 6 seconds, if you get all your attacks in. But let's do this. I'll say you get by the time you make it, you have 1 attack.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, but what color is the dragon? Blue?
It is a black dragon.
Black.
Oh, fun.
A nice dragon.
So, okay, so I'm gonna bonus action rage, and you're saying that I'm gonna use. I only get to have swing at it once I get up there.
Because what I'm kind of arguing is that by the time you have to like literally climb a wall to get to it. It's not just like running up a hill. So I imagine it's just taking some of your time, even if you're just moving as quickly as you can.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, I'll do that. Bonus action rage, can attack it once with the sword. Ooh, that sword is nice. 23 to hit.
You hit it.
Ooh. I don't have enough D6s, guys. I never used D6s. Oh, I don't know what that was. I broke something. That's cool. All right. 4, 10, 13.
It lands.
21 points of slashing and radiant damage.
Radiant damage. Nice.
Oh, there.
All right, so the dragon kind of reels back, kind of tries to step away as you come swinging in at its leg with this attack. You like the blast of light cuts across its inner, what do we call it, like leg. It kind of stumbles a bit, kind of lets out a bit of a cry inside its mouth, this kind of greenish glow, and then you kind of stand there as this thing is just kind of looming over you. If there's nothing left, then we move to...
real quick, does Bless add to damage or just attacks?
Bless just adds to attack, right?
Okay.
Am I right?
Can you also add 3 points of more damage because of my rage? I'm gonna remember.
Yes.
I'm gonna remember.
Yeah, remember that.
God.
We'll need it.
For the love of God.
All right. So, after that, then we move to Billy.
Yeah. So for my free action, I'm
sorry.
gonna.
I don't know why. Actually, guys,
who's-
sorry. I don't know why I was wrong. I said Viago. Did Flinch go?
Billy rolled a 3, so he's probably last.
No. Yeah, but Flinch, you had a 24, right?
That was
no. I had
a
a 15.
We had a 15. Okay, I don't know what. Maybe I made.
He had 24 the last fight.
Oh, okay. I don't know why they still have you at so 24. And then Viago, for this fight, you had 21, right?
This fight I had a dirty 20. No, I had a 19 for this fight.
Oh, okay. I think I see what's going on. Let me get rid of that. All right, give me 1 second here. Yes, so I was okay. Sorry, looking at the wrong screen. Perfect. So then now we've moved to the dragon.
Shit.
So like looming over you, literally just kind of stands there, and then as it starts to kind of lift off to fly for a second, it just breath weapon out, spewing this blast of acid, and it's just gonna go for the breath weapon.
Go for it.
As
it flies away, can I try to jump on?
Yes, I'm down for that. So I'll do as long as you haven't taken like a shit ton of damage from the acid attack.
Okay.
I imagine that you got it.
Everybody had a D4, by the way, for Bless.
Everybody make your dexterity save for the because I'm sure the 60-foot cone. Everybody's gonna be caught in that.
Yeah.
Natural 20 and a 2.
Nice.
So dex save, that's a 24 with a natural 20.
And the acid breath damage is going to be...
I don't like
27.
7. All right.
Damn.
And since it's late, I normally don't do this. I know you guys... actually, I won't do that. Not for a weapon that strong. Not for that. I was going to do like averages, but I won't do that to you.
Yeah, don't make the Black Dragon any easier.
Yeah, come on, man.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right, cool. Oh, I was just gonna use averages of damage, so just dish out 54. That's what I was gonna like. So it's rolling. You have a chance of getting a lot lower. So.
So is it 54 damage?
No, it's not.
Okay. Because if so, Flinch is down.
In this moment, I'm wishing I took Totem Warrior Barbarian.
So I got it's
Right.
30. It's 32. So it's not
32.
And
So
everybody's getting that.
yeah. So everybody's getting that, or you're taking half. So like I know that the high 20 that Viago rolled, he's just kind of stuck that landing. So that 32 is it 16?
Yeah.
So you take, so as it sprays across you, I imagine you just, you kind of, the sword, like the rain, like blows out and starts to kind of protect you. And some of the stuff starts to splash and run across your sides when you start to take some of that damage. Everyone else is scattering to try to take some type of cover as this stuff pours down and rains down on them.
Flinch does not scatter. He does not flinch.
No, he does not scatter.
Which is also why he takes 32 damage of acid.
Yeah.
God.
Billy just like sees the acid coming. He's like, "Oh fuck!" Just like stands there and takes it all.
So as the creature is lifting up, giving you that moment so now technically do you have an inspiration at all on you, Viago?
I don't know actually.
No? I was gonna say, are you willing to part with it because you actually are acting outside of your turn to jump onto this dragon?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thought process was since he's leaving combat with me, I was going to use my reaction to hit him, but also grab on or like grab on him with something.
Yeah. Then I like it. Go for it. No, I actually think it's going to make it more cinematic that way. You don't have to use your inspiration. Just go ahead and make an acrobatics check, and I'll make a. Let's see. I'll make a check to see how quick this dragon is. I'll make a dexterity check, and that was pretty bad.
18.
18. So you beat it. So as this dragon kind of flaps and lifts up and begins to turn and fly away, you leap out and you end up missing the leg. And as the tail whips across, you're about to fall into the crevice down below, and you grab onto the tail, and it starts to ascend into the sky. You begin to like watch the ground fly away from you, literally so quickly, away from your friends as this dragon banks, and you start to feel the cold wind as you are now climbing up this dragon. All right.
Can I use the GoFundMe legendary action because I donated $100 to summon a gold dragon to save Viago's ass right now?
Yes, you can do this. And so you are going to do this actually on your turn then, Billy, so although I can prep for it.
Sure.
So what I'll do is, Billy, set up that on your turn because I want to know how you do it. Because I want you to make it a part of the story, right? Or maybe Billy's talking to his father or whatever you're going to do. And then Flinch, it's on you.
Okay. I'm hurting pretty bad. Korth, my shield has taken damage from the cold. Some of the scales have come off at this point. The acid is starting to eat through the shield that I carry. And I'm going to duck and take cover as a... let's see. Yeah, I'm just going to try and dive behind some of the rocks so I don't get hit again from that horrible thing. And then I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on myself at 2nd level.
All right.
Try and recover a little bit. And you just see a small little glow of light around Flinch. Emerge.
Nice.
Okay. So I'm gaining back a little under half what I lost. So
okay.
I'm at 14.
This is an adult black dragon, by the way?
Yes.
Okay.
And so as Flinch, as you are healing yourself, kind of diving behind, protecting yourself, and your saber-tooth tigers did make it with you. So while you may probably not riding them in a situation, or you wouldn't have, they're like there with you. They can be used like how a ranger uses an animal. Probably wouldn't want to necessarily do that, but you do have them for all intents and purposes. Now we then move to.
Can I actually? Sorry. Can I take the? I think I want to take the hide action as a bonus action.
Yes, absolutely.
So let me roll that. So my stealth check is a 20, 27.
You are successful.
Okay.
The evil female does not see you. You kind of like disappear from sight as they're dealing with the other heroes directly in front of them, and so you are hidden away. As you do that, Flinch, it then moves to the sorceress who's standing there on the ledge above. She will cast down, kind of looking at so at this point all she can see is these. Let's see, one of you is on the dragon. We've got Tiberian, our gnome fighter Billy, and am I missing somebody? And then you're hidden. Who's not
Steve.
here? Steve, where is Steve? Steve is over here, so Steve should
It wasn't
be here.
safe. He got out of there, man.
Steve is like right here. He's got his shield. There it is. And so she kind of like calls to the skies, and she is going to cast she's going to do Cone of Cold. She just blasts cold air just down. She kind of like almost like more so than it coming from her hands, using the environment to her advantage, starting to whip up almost a frenzy of blizzard around you. It's a 60-foot cone, so Flinch is completely hidden from it. He's not there. Viago's not there as well. So the three that are down in front of there, you guys need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Who would that be?
I'm sorry. That would be Tiberian, Steve, and Billy.
Fuck. Billy.
16.
Get to the chopper. Sorry. Traffic.
Yeah, Billy probably
13.
failed. You know what? I'm gonna use this inspiration dice in hopes that he can succeed. Oh god.
So anything under, say anything. What was I just looking at? Jeez, sorry guys. 15.
Mm-mm.
So then, if you take the full damage is 29. Half of it just round down. So
Billy goes down.
Oh, so Billy. So as this cold just gets too frigid, you see the little gnome kind of start to crumple and then lose it. And as he does, now I will still allow you to use your Billy because it's kind of based on the story. So whatever he was doing before that, that's going to call the golden dragon. And I imagine as that black dragon is flying away, Viago, you can kind of see your little friend that you were holding her shoulder kind of fall or kind of disappear between this haze of cold. And as it fades out, she kind of laughs. She goes, "They are not Name, not at all." And so we then move to Steve.
All right, and Flinch is beside us there. You just can't see him.
Yeah, so Flinch is like right over here. He's like hidden behind a wall. He's like maybe 15 feet away, just hiding behind some of the ruins there.
Okay, perfect. I'll cast Mass Cure Wounds.
Awesome.
Nice.
Whoever needs it, because I can choose up to 6 creatures.
Yes.
Yeah, I need it. I'm
Billy,
on at 18.
Fucking love you, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the best.
Help others. I can take care of myself.
Well,
I can't.
You're getting it anyways. Safety first. That is 48.
Don't be a hero.
27 health for everyone within 30 feet of me there.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay. All right. I'm back up full.
And if I can, as a bonus action, I want to walk over to Flinch and drop the shield to him and tell him that I think he needs a new shield, safety first. Drop him that great
Nice.
shield there.
So as you cure everyone in your party, kind of inspiring them, giving them hope, and then, like I said, never flinching, never backing down. You see your friend hand you that shield. Do you take it, Flinch?
I don't. No. Korth will keep me safe, and the mistress will guide me. You keep your shield, my friend. You will need it too.
Fair enough.
Safety first.
Hey, Bill, how many hit points do you have left?
I'm at 27 hit points now.
I'm gonna send a message in Zoom real quick while he's doing that.
I'm gonna do it. I got it.
So the moving through, I'm gonna imagine that the merman, the Sahagin, is like looking around and trying to find, going through the. So it's either he sees the downed little Billy standing there who's just gone down, or he's looking through the ruins to see if he sees anyone else. So what was the stealth check that you made? Well, no, he's not going to find you.
I think it was 27.
He comes in, and as he approaches, he stands over Billy, pulls the sword, and his mouth kind of like drips with water, and he kind of like makes these fish kind of faces, and he's going to stab the body, but then he looks up and he sees Tiberian, and then he kind of moves very fluidly and rushes towards you and attacks Tiberian. And so he is going to make his Blade Master attacks.
Oh, Jesus.
First one is a 10. That's going to probably miss you. Second one is a 2. He's just bringing this Wave Cutter Blade. Oh my gosh. I have a 3, 2, and a 1. Like, could it be any worse? Is he kind of like swing, and he's just like watching your elvish evil? Just like it's not only is he like a bumbling kind of not a good fighter, but also he's probably fought mostly just like kind of brutish characters in this world. Never fought anybody with your like elegance or grace and how you move, and so he can't touch you.
Heard that before.
Billy, you did go down, but as you did, you're still there.
I got healed.
Where you kind of pass out. Oh yeah, you got healed. You're back up. You're tripping. Yeah. So you're back up, and in that moment, it's your turn. What do you do? So yeah, I'll just imagine that he just went past you, then looking to attack you both.
So still prone, I'm down on one knee, and I look at my journal, and I flip to the back of it, and I rip out a page that says this word. Kresgar. And I like flipped him like Kresgar. And I look up to the sky, and cutting through the clouds is an adult gold dragon going save our Viago Orcaeth friend.
There it is. It kind of like
swooping in.
So this thing kind of you guys can see it in the sky. And as this dragon's wings are flapping, you guys hit through a layer of clouds. And as you pierce the top of the layer of clouds, almost like dead on, like Top Gun, directly at him is coming. You see this golden dragon, and it smashes into the black dragon, and they begin to like tussle in the air. And you're just holding on, Viago.
The time of my life right now.
Give me an athletics check just to hold on and as they.
Where's my thing? Let's see. 27.
27. So yeah, you're not going anywhere. You're good. Continue to fight through it, and then there's this fool just like fighting, and then they release each other and kind of dive away and start to swoop around for more attacks as this is happening. And so what I'll do for the dragon, I'll actually, would you guys like control of the dragon?
I mean, I think that's kind of like a cool story element, to be honest.
Yeah, I like it. So, we
want control of the dragon.
You have the dragon. Actually, the dragon acts on your turn. So, Billy, after you've just gone, then now it's the golden dragon's turn. So now, as they break away for a moment,
if you allow it, I mean, that was part of the donation thing. I don't know if I've still got a turn, or how do you want to play that?
No, that's what I'm saying. So literally, because you donated, you brought in a gold dragon.
Oh,
it's not just
yes.
fluff. You run the gold dragon. So if you want to just pull up the gold dragon, and so now it's the gold dragon's turn.
Yeah, the gold dragon is going to swoop down and bite that SOB's face off that is standing up there on the ledge and just cast the spell on us.
So it breaks away from her. It breaks away from the black dragon. It dives over to find the. I'm just gonna place. I don't know how like some of my miniatures just disappear. Maybe it's too dark.
They do that, man. They walk away, man. It's like Toy Story.
They walk away sometimes. Man. Like, where did you go? I set this stuff up all day. And so as it dives down, it's just gonna try to like I take it, just snatch her up or bite her or what?
Yeah, it's basically gonna try and like grab her and take her up into the air to just get her the hell out of there.
So she's kind of like haha, like laughing from the cone spell she just cast, and so as the wind is billowing in her hair, she feels a gust and she kind of looks up, and just before there it is, kind of swooping down, bearing in on her. Make your attack, which I doubt you'll miss.
All right.
There's been very few fails from you guys tonight.
My thought is that it's gonna be more of like a grapple. She's gonna grab her and like take her up in the air.
Okay, so then just make it. You can make it a grapple check then, just strength check, and I heard.
All right. That is.
And I'm going to give her a disadvantage, of course, from a dragon's perspective. So yes, she is not going to be able to contend with it. You got her. So literally just one swoop. She kind of like grabs her, and you can see her body writhing in this thing's hand as it just dives back up, taking her up into the clouds. With I imagine, does it want to keep her alive with the bonus? Is it want a claw attack?
I would say, it would probably like use its legendary actions to basically just like rip her head off.
Okay, go for it. So then, why don't we still make it deliver damage just for the sake of it?
Yeah. So we'll do this. The 3 attacks. So we'll just do a bite claw. So the first one is over 20. That's me. 21.
They're both, and they're all at advantage because she's literally just caught up.
All right.
She's literally using all of the magic she has left to try to push back against the claws, just kind of crushing her body.
So the lowest one is a 28.
Yeah. So.
All right.
I'm just gonna say, how do you kill her? Because I doubt she'll roll low enough for her.
So basically, she just swoops down this gold dragon and like grabs this lady, and she like swipes at her one time, swipes at her a second time, and then right as the female, the humanoid is about to cast a spell at her, perhaps she just like puts her head in her mouth and just rips her head off and just parts her body.
God, I love it.
And so as you guys are fighting the Sagan, so where Billy's fighting and where Typerion, suddenly, right there where you guys are having this little duel, right over here you see her body smash against the rock, just and tumble off down into the abyss. It's like out of nowhere, just gone. And she is no more. The dragon continues to swoop up, flying back around. We then move to their Billy great attack, and now we've got so the figure that's up there on the tower over here, Lockjaw, or Trapjaw. Yeah, he is going to go ahead. So he has so you suddenly see like this blade arm. He kind of like locks his arm in place, and it kind of like transforms. The hand like flips back. And there's like a cannon there, and there's like a bluish light that just kind of flies out, and he's gonna fire it at Billy. And just boom, and it flies down, and it's attacked. 16.
Yes.
All right. So it does 6 damage.
Right.
So then, as he does it again, boom, he fires. And then he turns. He's kind of scared of the dragon, looking around, but he's like, no. He knows he probably can't fight that thing. So he fires another shot down, same area, towards Billy's direction. That's going to be 17. And so damage, another 8.
Yes.
And then he tries to kind of move and can't really hide, but he just kind of like climbs over this wall, kind of gets up here somewhere. Dragon's still flying, black dragon still flying around, swooping back around. And then we are, if I haven't missed anybody, we're at the top of the round. And it's Viago. So
you have me. It's my turn.
We missed.
Oh, you missed Typerium. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, I knew. Okay, yeah. It happened only because I know I had some extra things in here that I took out. So Typerium, sorry about that.
Oh,
you should have been after the mage. So who's dead now? So Typerium, go ahead, give me your action.
Okay. I had the Kresker thing in front of me, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to pull out my hand axe and take a swipe at its head with that.
Okay.
That's going to be a 21.
And that will hit.
Okay. The damage on that will be 4.
4 damages, okay.
And the other one, I'm going to pull out my dagger and try to bury that into his head. The other hand. And that will be a 10.
10. So you and the hog are going back and forth, kind of clashing. He's kind of spitting out water out of his mouth every few bits, and you miss, and you kind of shake him a couple times. Staggers back, he takes it, but he's still alive, still up and fighting. So sorry about that. We're back at the top then, and we're back at Viago. So now Viago, that dragon is diving back around, and you can see it's diving towards to try to take on the golden dragon. Okay. And so it's going to be a collision at this point, this turn. What do you want to do? Okay. You could, yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, so I kind of imagine myself as the two dragons hit and I'm holding on. Then I'm kind of more at like the lower back, or like maybe between the wing blades of this dragon. And I'm going to take that new greatsword. I'm just going to shank him with it. Okay.
You're literally playing Shadow of the Colossus. You're like,
yep. I am taking this thing to the ground. Don't wake up my kids. Don't wake up my kids.
Yes.
Natural 20. So.
Get it.
Brutal, critical, and savage attacks.
Yes.
Plus rage. Plus 8. 47 points of damage.
Yeah.
From my first attack. Second attack. Oh, not so great. Well, maybe. Is 18 hit?
That does.
Oh, it does. I wasn't ready for that.
Oh no! It just doesn't. I was. It
okay.
just misses.
I didn't think it would. Okay, so.
Yeah, no.
Third attack. That is a dirty 20.
That hits. Yes.
So. 18 points of damage.
All right. And so, I'll take the first attack, because the more epic one was the critical. So the first one, you jam the sword in, and you're just like kind of stabbing, hitting the scaly points, and it goes, it kind of like dips, and it kind of whips, and it kind of barrel rolls you at one point, but you're able to hold on. And when you come up right, jam that thing down as hard as you can, and so you get those 48 damage as it kind of lurches forward. And you just start to see the green acidic blood kind of rolling across its like clavicle, and its wing doesn't seem to be, flowing right. So it feels like it might even be dropping some altitude, but it's still trying to keep it as it's flying towards the golden dragon. At that point, the black dragon will try to recharge the breath weapon. It does not do it. And so it's on an imminent collision course with the golden dragon. So as it clashes into it, it's just going to do its multi-attack and just try to.
Is there any way I can invoke like disadvantage by like grinding that sword in there as he's going to attack? I don't know. I'm just throwing it.
Oh, here's the thing. I think that the one thing that I'll give it to you, because the one thing that you've done is you got the critical, and so you've hurt that one shoulder, so it's not as strong. So I'll just give it disadvantage on one of its attacks.
Awesome. Does my sword do anything different this time, by the way?
No.
Okay.
No.
Cool.
So first attack disadvantage, I rolled a 6 on the claw attack. So 17 to the golden dragon. Does that hit it?
Sent to the gold dragon. Oh, what's going on here? It's all over the place.
17 does not hit.
Does not hit. All right, so the next one is without any disadvantage. That will be 17 now. So then it's because it can't do its breath movement, and then it's going to do its bite, which will be
He will
that's
not
going to be
hurt
23.
23 does hit.
Yeah, and so then it as it bites, it latches on, doing 16 damage, piercing damage, which is probably half of the dragon, right? And then on top of it, it does another D8 of acid damage from the bite. And that's going to be, okay, 1 acid damage for the dragon.
All right.
I'm rolling terrible as the bad guys. Just terrible. So he's kind of barely scratching this golden dragon who's just kind of taking it like a champ and like diving out of the way. Camera zooms out of the sky, pushing its way through the clouds, down onto the ground where Flinch at nothing stands.
And he stands up quickly and bolts towards Typerium. As he's running, he's drawing his Messer sword from beneath the small of his back, kind of like out sideways. He's gonna slide in underneath Typerium's attacks and make a slash at this Sahagin that he's attacking.
Okay, go for it.
All right. And that is going to be... Oh my goodness. That is not going to hit. He's going to look totally epic sliding through the snow and miss completely with a 2 and a 3 with his advantage roll with his companion for sneak attack.
No.
And he will bound up on the other side, missing his shot, but he is there to support Typerium in the next wave of attacks.
Yeah. And so he just kind of like slides out, and the Sahagin man moves and leaps out of the way, foot up, and that's misses. Unfortunate, but it's okay. As things kind of whip and pan to our next hero or combatant, it goes to the tigers are leaping all around. And so I actually, for the sake of story-wise, I imagine that from the sides of the cliffs suddenly start to pour up here and there a lizard or a serpent man kind of, but every time they like come up the side of the cliff, the saber-tooths are there, like grabbing them, ripping them, flinging their bodies back off into the off into the abyss below. And at that point we then move to the mage, who is dead. So then it is Typerium.
Excellent. So I'm going to again strike the one in front of me. He's so close. Distance. So I'm gonna use my hand axe. I'm gonna take my hand axe, and what I would like to do is I want to just, with everything I got, try to bury it into his leg, like the knee area, and hopefully it'll, do some damage.
Do you have an inspiration to cast for that? Since you can, to help you like call a shot. Since you're, if not, no worries, just go for it.
Okay, I'm going for it. And I got a 7.
All right. So this thing is moving like in the opposite version of a fish out of water. It's like it's in its own environment, and you're not scoring a hit on it. Kind of as badly as he was kind of missing you guys, just kind of dancing around. So there's like a dancing blade now happening.
Well, as I missed my hand axe, I pull out on my other hand, I still have my dagger. I'm gonna go ahead and just, you know what? I completely changed that. Never mind.
Ooh.
I'm gonna reach into my bag and I'm gonna cast the spell. I'm gonna cast Ensnaring Strike. Strike. So the next time I hit a creature with a weapon attack before the spell ends, a withering mass of thorny vines just appears right where I hit it, and it'll just grow all around it, causing it to not be having disadvantage on its saving throws.
Okay.
And doing 1d6 piercing damage at the start.
So the next time you make an attack.
Yes.
Okay. So
and that will be an 8.
And once you start to hit, so literally as these thorns it's like the cold environments, they try to crawl out. This thing starts to literally cut away at everything that you're throwing at it. Kind of looks at you like, you aren't doing too well. Better hope your golden dragon has your back. And like he's constantly like drinking water. At that moment, literally, Typerium from you kind of turns. Steve, what do?
Steve's looking up at this epic dragon fight that's going on.
Yeah.
He's looking at it, and the dragons are kind of reminding him about that giant scorpion that you said that we fought in the desert.
Yes.
So, Steve's going to turn into a giant scorpion.
Nice.
Sweet.
Viago's not wearing his PPE, by the way.
So while I don't have a scorpion on hand, but I will. All right, we'll imagine that you're a scorpion. So as you start to transmutate, Steve, forgive me, I'll have to use for today. We'll use the the drow, but that will let me know you're the scorpion. So you suddenly turn. This tail comes up. You start to skitter out. What do?
I'm going to start climbing up and going towards that Skeletor guy.
The guy up in the top? Yes. So yeah, you just start spider climbing all across this stuff.
I can go 40 feet, yeah.
40 feet, yeah. So you end up getting
get up there.
Over here, you can go, if it goes around, 10, 20, 30, so you'd probably be up here somewhere. Nice. So as you're go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, that's it. And then, when I transform, my tusks start turning into the claws, and then I just get bigger and bigger.
Okay. And guys, for the sake of time, I know it's getting late. This is great. I'm going to aim to try to close it out in. We're going to go one more round of combat, and then I'll kind of bring it to close. Or you guys want to just keep going? I want to be respectful of everybody's time. How is everyone feeling?
I'm good.
I'm
good. Yeah.
All right, then let's keep pushing through. I want to make sure.
I'm on the West Coast. I'm fine.
Okay, yeah, I'm good right now. It's 9:54 for me. I'm looking for. I'm thinking for everybody okay, it's about to be 1 o'clock for them. So Okay, cool. Let's keep going. So then, as we move from Steve is kind of crawled off. That's how Blade Master begins to attack. Now he's in a battle back and forth with 3 figures. So he's literally one attack for all of you. First one for Billy. Do any of you, all of you have some damage, right? That I'm fighting, you've all taken some damage. No one's
okay. I am back up to full actually.
You're at full. Okay, so then you're good. But
from that mass heal.
He's going to invoke Blood Frenzy, which means that basically when he's attacking, he attacks the advantage from anyone who's taken damage already. So Billy gets attack of advantage, which is not going to do me much. Is rolling a 10. So 16. Does that hit you?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, 16. And he's going to do 2d8. 2d8 plus 3. Oh, God. 17 damage, slashing damage.
Oof. All right, still up.
Next attack goes 13. 13. So 18 to flinch. That's just a regular attack. You didn't get advantage.
18 will hit.
Yep.
And I am going to, as I take the damage, there's going to be across the wound. Light will wrap around it and then jet out, and I'm going to cast Hellish Rebuke in response. So he needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
Rolled an 18 on his dex plus 1, so 19 for dexterity.
Okay, so he's going to pass, and he's going to take he's going to take 7 radiant damage from that.
7 radiant, you got it. So a blast smacks him in the face from the Hellish Rebuke. He staggers back.
I guess it should be Angelic Rebuke, right?
Yeah, right.
Celestial Patron. So, yeah.
Yeah, and so literally, as you whatever words you mutter, the way you say it, It's like right behind you, like almost in a split second, the spirit of the goddess moves across you and strikes him with it. It's almost like a strike directly to him, and then she's gone. As he staggers back, he swings wildly at the at Typerion. What was it? 19. Suddenly he's rolling high. He's hot. 19 on the first roll. Yes, and then he's gonna do 2d8. Just have those. 6, 7, 10 damage.
Okay.
So it's spinning, more attacks go out. We then move. It's Billy, it's your turn.
All right, Billy is gonna look at this guy. Does he look like he's looking rough at all?
Yes, he is looking still in really good shape. He's got a couple of scars and scratches. He's not flashing red yet. He's feeling pretty good. He's not as tip top as he was, but he's not hurting yet.
All right, fuck this. I'm gonna cast Inflict Wounds at 4th level.
Nice. He's like, we'll get rid of it.
All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, that's not bad. It's a 14 plus 7. That's going to be a 21 to hit.
That hits.
And that is 6d10.
Jeez.
Bring it.
I got 3 of each. So let's do it this way. So double zeros are 10s, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right? On a D100?
Oh,
so,
that's 100, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
Nope.
So hold on 1 second. So,
yeah, double zero should be because like a 0 on a D10
Yep.
would be a 10.
Okay, this is good. So that's 10, 20, 29, 31. 31 plus 9 is 40, plus 6 is 46 points of necrotic damage as Billy just like reaches out and grabs this thing's leg, and it's like life force gets sucked into
Reach
Billy.
out and touch it.
So just fed up with this. This thing has disregarded Billy for a second. It's turned to for a second there after just being hit by the goddess through flinch. It takes its blades. It stands off against flinch. It looks at Tiberium. It doesn't really. The little gnome touches it, and it starts to feel like like you said, all of that life force draining it. And when you asked me how it looked before, he looks tough now. He looks like you, like all his gills are puffed out, like he can't breathe. And when you let go, he looks punch drunk and dead on his feet for a second.
All right.
Yeah.
Billy, even if he's still going to provoke, he's going to capitalize on this opportunity. He's going to do the famous walking away from an explosion and try to walk up onto this precipice. Even if he does provoke, he just needs to get away from that thing.
Is he trying to is he just getting away or?
He's just trying to walk away from it.
Like a badass.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, he totally. Even though he was 15 feet, he's just doing the epic slow motion walking away.
Yeah. So he kind of turns away, and as he turns away, this thing is so hurt. It swings out. He doesn't even care, and it misses with a 6. It rolled with so 12 as it swings away. And he's just kind of, it swings he's looking in the camera, slow motion as the blade goes right over his head. He wasn't even worried about it. He walks over and takes a spot over on the other side. So good stuff, Billy. And then from Billy, we move to Steve. Did I skip Steve? Did you go this turn?
Yeah, Steve turned into a scorpion.
Yes, he turned into a stagger. Just making sure. Okay. So then it goes to the trap jaw on the top. So he peeks over, and
doesn't the golden dragon go?
Billy, golden dragon.
Kresgar.
Yep. So I didn't want to interrupt earlier, but I was gonna say he would definitely be using all of his legendary actions to do a tail attack on it.
Okay.
On the black dragon.
Oh, okay. So doing it in between.
Yeah,
the other
I just didn't want to interrupt. I can roll that afterwards and just throw that.
We can just
there.
do them all. Do them now. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that works. So he would do. So it's gonna be 3 tail attacks. So here, I'll do this real quick. So it's gonna be 17 plus 14, which will hit. 13 plus 14, which will hit, and then 7 plus 14 is 21, which should hit, right?
20. Yes, that will hit.
All right, and I'm just gonna take, for the sake of brevity, I'm gonna take the average on that. So the average on that is 17. So 17 times 3 is 51. That's for the legendary actions.
Yep.
And then
and in fairness, the dragon is going to do his same legendary action back.
Of course.
And then I'm going to go ahead and roll up the 3 multi-attack. So the bite and 2 claws. So the 1 bite is going to be 11 plus 14, which will hit. First claw is going to be natural 1, unfortunately.
Just riding this thing.
Second claw.
Hanging on, Viago.
It's crazy.
Will be a 24. So I'm going to just do the averages once again. So that's 19 plus 15. So 51 plus 19 plus 15.
Jeez.
So that's 85 points of damage with action and legendary actions.
Oh my
Okay.
goodness. 85 total, right?
85 total, yep.
Yeah.
Total, so 53, so 50 is another. Okay, it's another 30. I'd already added those. All right, so this thing is looking haggard. There's a war between these dragons going on in the sky. Let me do his really quick. So, go ahead.
And Viago's in there too, in this epic montage.
Oh no, yeah, I was gonna roll these first and then describe what I have Viago do in there. So 13 plus what is my
Totally picture him as Drax in Guardians of the Galaxy
Yep.
2. Just, I'm killing it.
Yes.
I'm
Oh,
doing
yeah.
my
Oh,
best.
23 on the first one, 22,
Yep.
22 on the second one.
I'm thinking Matthew McConaughey
And-
from that Dragon movie.
Oh, the
Yeah,
25 on the third one.
yeah.
So damage is going to be we're doing tail 2d8.
I just use the average.
Yeah,
No.
I'm gonna do that. Yeah, let's do the average. So I'm just gonna do 15 times 3.
All right,
So yeah, that's
45.
45. And so as he smacks him all up, so out of that war though in this turn, in terms of who took the most damage, it definitely was the adult black dragon. And so suddenly there's this moment where as they're clawing against each other, Viago, you're holding on for dear life. The dragon kind of loses a bit of steam, and in that moment just starts to drop away. And then one of the tail attacks, imagine not even a tail, but one of the claws, while he's tail attacking of the gold dragon, catches one of the wings and rips it. And so the dragon begins to tumble down into the sky and smashes into the ground.
Oh shit!
Here. So as it hits, you need to make a acrobatics check, Viago, as you try to leap to safety. Unless there's something else you want to do on the way down, unless you want to leap to the other golden dragon as the black dragon falls away. It's another option too.
No pressure, Chris.
No, I have a really good idea. So he's spinning. So I want to, as it's spinning and he's falling, I want to let go of the dragon, free fall, and take my attack of opportunity because he went away from me and land by stabbing in him. And I'll take whatever damage you want to give me for that.
All right. So what I'll do is, make the opportunity of attack. And then, because you're not going to try to land gracefully, you're just going to try to land on him.
Yes.
Give me your attack and also just a survival check.
Okay, so the attack is a dirty 20,
Nice.
and survival is a 15.
15. All right. So you're going to take. So you're able to it's almost like. As he's falling and diving, you let go right at. You're gonna take 6d6 of falling damage
Go for
as you
it.
slam down.
But half because he is raging.
And I can't be knocked prone either, by the way, because I'm raging because of my
Superhero landing.
He's gonna fall thousands and thousands of feet in the air. From
I'm gonna break my kneecaps are gonna be done, but I'll be all right. So
it's only 15 points of damage, so half of that's 7.
24 points.
Smash down.
For me.
24
okay. Points of piercing.
24 points of piercing. All right. Let me go back to where my dragon is. Is the thing even? 24. So you slam these blade into the chest more. Acidic ichor kind of splashes out as it kind of rides around. Its wings are batting everywhere, slamming into areas around you. At that moment, we are at Lockjaw, yes. So then he will fire at Steve, coming up towards him. He's just using his. That's not going to hit. 8, 9, 12, 13. It's not going to hit you, right? So the next one is a natural 20. 5. And so that one is going to do to Steve's Scorpion
11 damage. 11, and it's pretty much like a radiant damage because it's like a light blast that comes out of this thing.
I'm such an asshole. What? How much damage did you give me?
6, I think.
It was like 15
15
from the fall.
7.
Yep.
Give myself 8 just because I'm an asshole.
So yeah, it's made us 2 blasts. Next round. All right, we're at the top. Viago, what do you want to do?
Viago,
you're standing right over this thing now, and so
I'm literally gonna walk. He's on his back.
He's on his back, and you're on him right here. Where I can find.
I'm literally gonna walk up to like where his throat is.
That's more like it.
And I'm gonna make my attacks.
Nice.
22 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
So that is 10, 18, 20 points of piercing.
Okay. You have another attack?
They have 2 more attacks.
More attacks.
That one is a 19 to hit.
19. And that will still hit.
3. That one's 10, 13 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And it's still alive, right?
How do you want to kill the adult black dragon?
Oh shit! So subtle.
For flavor, because I still have the 3rd attack, so I literally just crawl up the chest of this thing, kind of just laughing. Y'all, anybody who what just happened? Anybody who sees me, I've literally just been riding a dragon for a while and almost died, and I'm enjoying every moment of this. So I'm gonna go up and just start laughing. I'm gonna take the one slice with the blade. I'm gonna smash at it with my axe, and I'm gonna kind of twirl the blade around. So instead of holding it like this, I'm gonna hold it like upside down and just slam that blade into its throat and just turn it a little bit.
And it lets out this cry, and it starts to kind of sprays a acid blast that goes off and melts into the mountain on the other side, and it starts to steam off.
And as I'm doing the turn, I'm gonna look at the Blade Master. You're next.
As it gives its last sigh, it kind of crumples down, and then it slowly starts to flake, and it's still there, but over the course of the next 6, you can tell this thing is like healing and starting to kind of deteriorate rapidly into like little green flecks, like maybe like it was like a spell or anything, like it was summoned. As you stand there, you can't help but like, hold this power. All this light emanates from around Viago, and there's a loud like as the entire mountain shakes for a second, and a light emanates from the castle's skull sockets for a second. And there's lights that kind of go on inside, but the drawbridge still doesn't open. And for a moment, you all feel a blast of hopeful energy, and you can feel like the goddess kind of awaken in all of you. She grants you advantage and inspiration on this last round in whatever way you want, whatever you want to do. You can be full on heroic. Trapjaw is like losing his shit because he's kind of looking to the skies, and he's like, come on. And you can tell he doesn't seem to be looking at you. He's looking up like, give me something to the heavens. So at this point, well, like I said, who's next? He's the only one left. And who's next in the lineup?
Did I take any acid damage when all that sprayed everywhere?
Nah, I mean, I thought about doing it, but I figured like it's not gonna serve a story any reason. So I was like, nah.
I was gonna embrace it.
But I like it, yeah. I had a character one time who she didn't know anything about black dragons, and it was in Horde of Dragon Queen. I'll make this quick. She killed one of the baby eggs, and she was like, I'm just gonna rub the dragon blood all over me. And I was like, well, yeah, now you just take all that acid damage. It was great. We're all like low level, so they almost died. Yes, so then we move to flinch.
I am going to see that light emanating. I am going to look up to Viago, and I am going to cross myself using the same pattern that is on the hilt of his sword. And as I do that, a blast of white energy is going to wrap itself around the Sahagin. I have cast Hex on it, and I lunge forward with my sword to try again.
Nice.
Much better. All right, that's a 24
Nice.
to hit
That's
for that.
gonna hit. So Hagen's looking tough after that.
All right, so I'm going
really
to deal my sneak attack plus my radiant damage because of Hex with all that goodness. 18 damage.
Okay.
And I am going to step back and let Typerium step in if he needs to.
Nice. So they at this point they're like working together. You cut this thing, and every one of those the hits that you just deliver, you're just slowing him down further. He's just losing steam as he swings the blade, and you flinch, you cut him. He swings, you cut him, and now you said for Typerium. So who's next in line? Yep, it's Steve. Oh, sorry, it's Typerium and then Steve.
Okay. As he moves aside, I'm going to pull my dagger again and try to bury it into his head to finish this thing.
Now, wait. Now, can I add something here? Because I think it would be pretty epic. You can turn it down, but as you hit it, you've already rolled the dice. Keep the dice. That's fine.
Okay.
But you said you were working to help him, right?
Yes.
Flinch. I imagine you would toss him the saber-tooth dagger.
Oh, I totally would.
And he catches it.
Yeah.
Yes.
To drive the saber-tooth.
That is beautiful. So he passes me the saber-tooth as it flies up in the air. I grab it and come forth on it, pushing myself above and trying to slam it right into its head.
Nice.
Does 20 hit?
That hits.
Excellent. What's the damage on that?
Oh, actually, that's a good thing. So we'll say it counts like a regular. We'll make it a 2d4 dagger.
2d4 dagger. All right. So that will be. That'll be 8 damage.
8 damage. So unless you want to add anything to this, but basically as you kind of one quick motion, I almost imagine that Flinch spins and throws it, and you catch it, and you spin, and wham, and it just jams like the right into the neck, coming out the sides. These two gills kind of puff up on this Hagen, and it starts to kind of bleed out blood and water.
I feel like I left my sword in it to be able to toss the dagger to Typerium. So it's like it has like a sword through its gut, a dagger in its neck right now, and I'm just standing behind my shield, watching Typerium work.
I got another.
And it just.
Good.
Oh no, I was just gonna say it collapses, just a wet, soggy mess to the ground, and is dead.
Excellent.
It's a kicking ass. Oh man. All right. So as the camera kind of spins off of that action, boom, our safety guy Steve is there, climbing up that. Unless there was something, I missed something you were going to do, Typerium? I think you have more attacks, right? Or
I do have one more attack.
Okay. Would you like to take
turn around, pull out the longbow, and take a shot at
Yep.
Old
I figured
dragon
that.
tooth real quick.
And I'm gonna move the dragon just for a second.
Oh no, you gotta leave it there.
No, leave it there.
Perfect.
Yeah, it is. It's a great shot. It's a great shot. Get it in there. So,
is 28 hit him?
That hits him.
Excellent.
Even with the cover. Yep. So the long Let's Fly.
That'll be 13 damage.
13. So he kind of moves, and you imagine your blade, it slams into the side of him, but you can tell that he's kind of made out of metal, so he's a little bit resistant to it. So he takes half of that. And he kind of tries to duck away. He's still alive. And then we move. If anything else left to do, Typerium?
No. Finish him, Steve!
Finish him, Steve. So yeah, as you climbing up over that ridge, unless you.
Steve. And I should have said before, when I transformed into my beast shape, I keep all my armor on me. So I'm like a
Nice.
scorpion with a hard hat on and a vest and the boots. Yeah.
Oh my god.
So I'm gonna
His
start.
hard hat's on his tail.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm just letting no.
Nice.
So I'll do the 3 attacks, 2 claw attacks, and a sting attack.
Nice.
Was that a
Scooby
17
Steve.
hit?
I believe. Give me 1 second as I go back. I believe that might actually miss. No, hits. 17 hits.
Okay, and I got a 23 for the other one.
All right, that's another hit.
Come on, safety Steve.
So 14 bludgeoning damage as I'm snapping at him. And then I'll come in with the tail and see if I can get him.
All right, so you've done 14 so far with both of those attacks, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure I got it. And then it's your last attack.
And then 25 to hit
That hits.
Gosh.
Jeez.
for 6 damage with my sting. And then he has to do a constitution saving throw.
All right, Constitution saving throw for the baddie. And that's probably not going to do it because he rolled a 13.
Yeah, that passes. It's 12.
That passes. Okay, so you jam the stinger into him, and he kind of like wrestles back and forth, and he's like, "That poison's not gonna help me. Not gonna, gonna hurt me." But and he tries to kind of like bite back on the stinger, and you feel a bit of the pain as he's biting back. But he is so jacked up. I mean, literally, honestly, he's not going to make it through the next round. So as this is happening, literally Billy, as the camera pans over, you're there, you see it happening, you see the stinger in him.
Oh, I got this. So Billy, taking the dagger weapon that he got due to Adam Scott's donation, he got a +1 dagger, but it's his family ceremonial dagger, and he takes it out of his belt loop. He just looks at the dragon and just collapses before him, just like, gross. And he just like stabs it in the dragon real quick, plops his book down, uses it as kind of like a book holster, like flips it open, and he goes to a certain page, and then he whips up an orb, a guiding bolt, 4th level, and he sends it towards the Blade Lord.
All right, nice guiding. Oh,
and that is going to be a natural fucking 20, the first one I've rolled all night.
Yeah.
And then, all right, so that is going to be, let's see here. So 4th level guiding bolt is what? That's me 76.
Yeah, just describe him just blowing it.
So he just takes this guiding bolt and he's like sitting there kind of like taking his time with it. He's kind of like wrapping it around like as it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. He looks up at the Blade Lord and Safety Steve. As in a scorpion form, and he looks back at the orb and it's kind of big. And it's like, oh, all right. He throws it at the Blade Lord and it just lights up in a ball and incinerates.
Awesome. And literally just goes up in flames. He's like, no! Lord Orpheus, Skeletus, help me! And then it literally starts to burn away until there's nothing but his husk, and nothing is left but the mechanical half of his body. It doesn't burn, but all the flesh just gets charred and eaten up, and he collapses down. And now you're in this. You hear a low flyover as the golden dragon whips by, and then lands on the top of the castle of the Grey King, Castle Grayskull, and kind of lets off a roar, and like wings out with you all under, standing under this golden dragon in all her glory, and then next to the, as the dragon kind of wraps its wings back in, it turns into a bright light. And then there, hovering over Castle Grayskull, is this beautiful sorceress, the mistress, the goddess, and also... Oh, well, actually, I can't do that because you called the dragon. You gave the dragon a specific name. So it can't be her. But it is. So it is like because Billy summons. So she is like floating over the dragon. She is there with it. How do you guys come down off the moment? You've just crushed your enemies.
Billy looks at this black dragon, pulls the dagger from him, just piece of work.
Viago's just looking back at you as he's cutting off dragon teeth.
Yeah. Nice.
Flinch makes sure everybody's healed up with his remaining spells.
Excellent. So you start to heal the party.
He's just kind of like walking along with a glow of white around him, like putting a hand on shoulders and making sure everybody's feeling all right.
Yeah. And so as you do this, you're like healing your party, kind of bring everyone together. The golden dragon kind of swoops down, grabs the husk of the dead dragon and lifts it and throws it off into the crevice below, letting the body drop away, kind of clearing away anything that is evil, getting rid of all of the bodies. So now there is just a moment on this plateau overlooking the castle where you guys can all kind of come together and recoup. And so this is also the first time as the goddess hovers down, she goes, "Thank you. You have proven yourself. This is only part of the battle to secure both keys. You have won, but unfortunately, the enemy already has the other. But you can be my protectors to make sure as long as this key does not fall in the hands, half the battle is won. Getting the other key will be the other battle. We must rest up, for you must all be prepared for what is to come. But I will say that the power of this castle holds many things. It holds the power of time. It can reverse. It can. I am not offering you flimsy promises. For you, Billy, it can bring your family back. It can restore things. For you, Flinch, I thank you for all that you have dedicated. But what say you? I know that this is all a lot for you all to take in, but I am thanking you because you are, by restoring and keeping this part of the universe together, it keeps all of it from unraveling. So it protects your homelands as well. What do you guys say to that, or respond, or anything?
I am always at your service, mistress.
I would say something inspiring, but I'm all out. It's a once a week thing.
Nice.
This has been a hell of a vacation.
Right.
Viago's gonna be cheesy with the great sword.
She goes,
yes.
And so she says, I thank you. I can only, unfortunately, even with my power, it has been very limited over the years just to control, just to keep the evil energies at bay. But someone must possess this weapon who can travel the lands. But I will say this, a great thing is that we are able to activate certain powers of the fortress and get them online with this, but not all. We must keep all the secrets held within. So I will ask that, that basically, you guys rest up. I can give you, there's already like a part of the castle that there's a part of that's open. It doesn't go in deeper, but she can take you across around the sides of the rubble where you guys can have shelter and rest up for an evening. But outside of that, as we're kind of closing, things are coming down and closing this day out, just any final thoughts of these characters, where they see themselves, where they maybe see themselves going, anything else they want to add? Go ahead and talk to me.
Billy takes off his glasses and goes to clean it with his scarf. He's like, oh,
That's good. Fellas, it seems like our journey's not quite yet over. You guys down for round 2?
Hell yeah.
I'm just getting warmed up.
Hey, let's find the safety in everything.
Flinch?
I go as my mistress commands.
All right, well, looks like we got some work to do.
Steve, anything from you or Tiberian?
I'll start filing paperwork for my next holiday, I guess, for extended time.
Geo.
Anything that brings me back to my love, I'll do it, whatever it takes.
And so she says, you know, I promise you that hopefully you will be there and be back soon. All of you have given up much, and all of you are heroes worthy of the name to hopefully be to help, you know, to the name of masters of this universe. And so as you guys all kind of gathering together there, suddenly there is a booming in the sky, and from above you from a distance in those clouds, there appears to be like 3 ships of some type, right? And as they come looming over out of the clouds with like lightning all around them, the ship flies in low enough to where even like as the dragon tries to approach it, it fires off like these magical like they kind of come off like missiles, and they look like magic missiles, but literally being fired from this airship of some type that floats on these magical engines. And the dragon is beaten by them and kind of flaps its wings and circles back over the castle. At that point, the goddess opens her hands, and at that point, Viago, your blade begins to lighten, and Steve, and the shield begins to light up, and you're kind of making you want to, you know, protect yourself with it. And so as you all kind of go into this battle stance and turn towards the sky, the ship looming over you like a dark dragon itself, you can see from a distance, maybe 600 feet, as this kind of door on the side of it opens, and this masked, hooded figure stands over and holds, and she says, "That is him. He is back. He has the second key. He is the enemy." And so he says, I just wanted to see how strong my enemy was. And as he takes that mask off and throws it away, his true voice is revealed, and you see that he has this decrepit, yellowish skull hanging from under his hood. And he says, "Skeletus is back, and you are all gonna die." He kind of just and all these shots will and they all go flying towards Grayskull. And as you all go into your battle stance, Grayskull out the top, all these flagstones go blowing off the top, and these huge arcanic guns come out and fire missiles back, and they clash in the middle of the sky, lighting the sky up in this beautiful fluorescent ultraviolet colors, almost like fireworks across the sky, as the new war for Eternia has begun.
Holy shit!
Thank you guys for playing tonight.
Dude.
That's how we'll close
That
out.
was awesome.
Great game. Thanks for sticking
Fantastic.
it out with me.
Oh my god, that was awesome.
Big shout out to all of you awesome players, to you, Mel, the DM, Adam, who had to
Thank
step
you.
away, help put all this together. We hit $1,400, guys.
Yo.
Awesome.
So that was
Good job,
awesome. Thank
guys.
you all
Good
for all
job.
the support. Thank you guys. When are we doing round 2? Like, let's do
I'm
this.
down. I'm always down.
I mean, Mal, you kind of set us up now. We gotta come back.
Round of applause for Malcolm. That was
Yes.
fucking awesome.
Yeah.
That was
Thanks,
dope.
guys. Thanks,
So glad I finally got to play with you, brother. So
I
glad.
know. And that's why I said I wasn't gonna play with the toys, and I was like, dude, I got to. And then I was like, I gotta try to create Castle Grayskull if I can, you know. Last minute.
So awesome.
It was just a lot.
Well, Solo, thanks for facilitating this.
Yeah.
Adam Scott, I know
Yes,
you're
sir.
resting in bed right now, brother, but we appreciate you.
Wake
Thank you
up.
for putting this on, man. This is so great. This is
Yeah.
a lot of fun. Thank you.
And
Thank you
the,
guys
the
for
link
having
is still live. I think it'll continue to be live, so continue spreading the word. Share it with as
Yeah.
many people as you can. See as many other plates that we can get to support everyone in this tough time. But until then, you all have a wonderful night. You all have a wonderful early morning. And we will see you guys next time.
Yeah.
Let it y'all.